to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that next round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not for all ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The national anthem being played over in Qatar right now. The Americans go at the top of the hour over on Fox if you want to see that. My bookie on everything that you want to go bet, mybookie.ag. They brought us Joe Klatt earlier, a fascinating conversation there with him. John Samuel Schinker also in our podcast section. Don't forget, tonight is Bud Light game night. We're at Top Golf from 5 to 7. Come hang out with us. Bud Light drink specials. And from 6 to 7, giving LT a little extra hour to get back from New Orleans. We'll do an Ask Us Anything show, talk a little maybe World Cup, and also a little football coming up on this rivalry weekend.
May have a guest with us.
May have a guest
I'm told.
tonight.
I don't know if the text I sent earlier was misunderstood.
Yeah, I don't know what he was responding
I don't
with.
either, but I am told that our special guest, Charles Barkley, is going to be there. But we'll let you know about that.
Mark Stoops asked at his news conference today, going into their rivalry game to Louisville, about the timing of the contract extension. November 11th, he signed it when he was being rumored possibly at Auburn and Nebraska. Signs a new contract through the 2030 season at Kentucky. $9 million a year he'll start making next year as the head football coach at Kentucky.
Is all this because Calipari called it a basketball school and they feel bad?
Yeah, maybe.
But did you see the...
Here's his answer, though.
Yeah.
Listen, all I know is I'm committed to being here. I hope this proves it. We want more. We want to continue to grow. Mitch and Eli, the president and the athletic director, expect more. So he's not happy where they are.
He's got to get better on offense. This is, I just got to say, it's been a disappointing team for them. And that's a compliment in a weird way to what Mark Stoops has done. But this is a 6-5 team about to play Louisville. I haven't looked at the point spread on that one too much in the Governor's Cup there, but they're about to play Louisville, Jim. You know, if they finish 6-6, that's a disappointing season for Mark Stoops in Kentucky.
I did not have a betting line on it when I looked at it last night. They were still waiting for injuries to put that out.
Yeah, so I mean, 6-6, you would grant me that's we're to the point where that's disappointing with Kentucky.
Yeah, I mean, we're expecting more. I do not have
lost to Vandy.
I do not have them in my top 40 right now.
Yeah, so I mean, if you're going to make $9 million, I think he's done a good job there. But if you're going to make $9 million, you got to do better than 6-6. You can't pay that kind of money. Kentucky's favored 3.5 at home in that game. 7-4 Louisville, 6-5 Kentucky. So that's a toss-up game there. I don't know, man. It's just it's a disappointing year for them. And then the crowd Saturday was not good.
Yeah,
they were hosting Georgia and tons of empty seats in that stadium.
But, you know, are you going to go and watch a beatdown?
What's the number one team in the nation? Yeah. I mean, if you can't draw for that, what are you going to draw for?
Oh, I agree. I'm just looking at it from their perspective. Kansas State needs a win this weekend to get to the Big 12 championship game. They're a 13.5-point favorite at home against Kansas in that one. Iowa controls their own destiny. If they win, they're in the Big 10 championship game. They are a 7.5-point favorite at home against Nebraska. Oregon gets into the Pac-12 championship game with a win in the Civil War. They are a 5.5-point favorite on the road at Corvallis, who, by the way, Oregon State is 8-3 on the season. USC needs to win to keep their college football playoff hopes alive. They're already in the Pac-12 championship game. They're a 6.5-point favorite at home in the Coliseum against Notre Dame, some of the big conference races that are impacted. By the way, Troy and South Alabama still have a chance to be in the Sun Belt game. Coastal Carolina is already there. Troy gets in if they win this weekend against Arkansas State. If they don't win and South Alabama wins, South Alabama goes to the Sun Belt championship game. So that's some of the conference races still of interest for this weekend. Fun show. LT's back with us tomorrow, God willing, and the creek don't rise. We'll see you at Top Golf on this Monday night for Bud Light game night. Don't forget, Monday Night Football includes the 49ers and the Cardinals. Should be a lot of fun. The 49ers are 7.5-point favorite in that one at 7:15 on ESPN. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Man, so much fun last night as we were at the Top Golf in downtown Birmingham for our Bud Light game night. Appreciate the folks from Adams Beverage, Bud Light, Ghost Energy Drinks, and all those folks being out there. And then all of you that came out, Iron Bowl tickets, Bud Light gifts, the drinks were flowing, the golf balls were flying. Even our social media director, Taylor Korn, was picking up the game and starting to outdrive me on the golf pads out there. So a fun night, just a great atmosphere. What a wonderful facility in downtown Birmingham, and it was fun to be out there. And we look forward to doing that. We got some more Bud Light game nights coming your way after this Thanksgiving weekend coming up on Thursday night. So be looking for that, and we'll let you know where we'll be in the month of December. A lot to get to, including Lane Kiffin, the reports, and the reaction from a grown man head football coach on social media to those reports as we get going today. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar Forrester, Lunsford, all here today. Taylor Corns in mission control for everything at Next Round Live on all the social media platforms. So last night, while we're at Bud Light game night, we get the report, I guess the first official on the record report from a blue check mark, and John Sokoloff, who reports that Lane Kiffin is on his way to becoming the head coach at Auburn. There's the tweet. Ole Miss head coach Lane Kiffin plans to step down as the Rebel coach Friday and head to Auburn to become the Tigers' next head coach, according to sources. Sources say the Tigers haven't officially offered the job to anyone yet. So Lane to Auburn is happening. Story soon from John Sokoloff there, who has great ties to both Ole Miss and the Mississippi State program, where you'll keep in mind that the former athletic director of Mississippi State is now the AD at Auburn. So that's John Sokoloff's reporting last night. Lane Kiffin then sends out his reaction. That's news to me, John. The emoji, nice sources, and a series of emojis. And then Lane goes on throughout the evening to bury this reporter in Starkville.
Hey, those series of emojis, we'll do that first because I got the description on what the series of emojis meant. I didn't know I was going to have to do that for a college football head coach. I thought more of my teenage daughter. From what I am told, Lane has been talking about a book written by Louis Giglio, who is an Atlanta area, really a national pastor, but he's based out of Atlanta. And that means don't let the devil have a seat at your table.
Wow. Nice breakdown. Nice
you're welcome.
Translation. I would have had no idea.
Yeah, nor did I. I had to ask, and people on Twitter were telling me that. Again, I was going to go to my teenage daughter next, but I didn't have to do that because somebody on Twitter helped me out there.
I can't, and again, I predicted a few weeks ago that we were going to have a Ole Miss meltdown, that the bottom was about to come out of the season.
On the football field, yes.
On the football field. Now they've lost 3 or 4. They've got the Egg Bowl coming up this week, and he's worried about tweeting and trolling some dude.
Yeah, a lot more of the tweets. Back to that on Twitter. So he takes the exact John Sokoloff wording and then types up a press release response right here. Breaking news, John Sokoloff of WCBI News in Starkville, Mississippi, plans to step down as lead anchor and head to WLOX to become their new lead anchor. Sources say WLOX hasn't offered the job to anyone yet. So John to WLOX is happening, story soon. So word for word, just changing the team names and that.
Again, a lot of work.
A little clap back there from Lane.
Yep.
And then it keeps going all night long. Lane Kiffin continues to retweet this built emoji, John Sokoloff's career on a tombstone, buried there, and then Lane sends that out to his hundreds of thousands of followers with a laughing emoji there. First, your reaction to what went on last night. I will remind you that I have been a pawn in this situation before. When Dennis Franchione was on his way to Texas A&M, and everyone was expecting him to go to Texas A&M.
Right.
So as a reporter, probably a little bit more naive back then than I am now, I had access to Dennis Franchione. I did the Alabama Coaches Show. So I'm doing live reports on Monday in Tuscaloosa, and I text Dennis Franchione. Can I ask you about Texas A&M. Yeah, you want to do it on camera, or are you showing me to comment on the phone? I said, would you do it on camera? I was shocked he even wanted to do it on camera. He said, yeah, I'll do it on camera for you. And I said, well, you're in the football complex? No, come to my house.
That should have been tip number one.
Yeah.
It was not in the football complex.
So me and a camera person go to his house, and we stand in his driveway with nice shrubbery behind him. And I asked him 2 different times about, have you interviewed for the Texas A&M job, or are you going to take the Texas A&M job? And both times he said no on camera. I think it was 2 days later, he's on a plane to College Station. So we are often used as pawns in the media. I was the huckleberry on that day for Dennis Franchione. But and I got beat up by some friends like Mike Rada. But how could my reporting not be correct at that moment? I had the source. There's no better source than the guy saying I am not going.
Yeah, but he's lying.
Yeah.
Well, he's lying, but he's saying it.
No,
All I
know,
can do is
no.
report what he's saying.
Kenton, there's really not a perfect tact to this. If you are the current coach at Ole Miss, and you are leaving, I don't know the right way to do this. I know the wrong thing to do, the immature thing to do, is to troll some reporter that apparently didn't even report this, right?
What he reported technically is that after the Egg Bowl
On Friday,
Kiffin's going to step down and be the Auburn coach.
And I would almost bet LT's left nut that ends up being. It's floating around now. I think Brown is in control of it right now.
I am, yes. You're going to need my permission to make this bet.
I would almost bet LT's left nut that John Sokoloff's report ends up being true on Friday, that on Friday Lane Kiffin's no longer the coach at Ole Miss.
Well, because
I was going to say, Brown, my only problem with that is why would Kiffin go out of his way to troll him? Kiffin is
because that's who he is.
I get that, but boy, this is going to look really silly.
I don't think Lane's ever worried about that. I think Lane just is Lane, and that's the kind of stuff he does. He's trying to keep this press down because he's got a game coming up Thursday, and
a very important game, I know, for Ole Miss, more importantly to me.
Yeah, why is that, Jim?
Because we have a state bet,
right,
and I need Lane on the sidelines and get one more win at Ole Miss.
Yeah.
But that aside, it's pretty important to Ole Miss, too.
It is very important to Ole Miss, and it's very important to Ole Miss's players. It's important to their fans. And so here's kind of what's going to happen here. So when you're in a situation, when you're playing this game, if you're Lane Kiffin, where I either want another job or I think I want another job, but I got to get everything I can out of that job. You only get to do this one time. You only get to negotiate with Auburn this one time. So Jimmy Sexton is trying to squeeze Auburn for everything they can get out of them, every dollar they can get out of them, every facility upgrade they can get out of them, every NIL guarantee they can get out of them, every piece of autonomy they can get out of them, every piece of buyout. I mean, everything, right? That's what Jimmy Sexton's doing to John Cohen right now. I am squeezing John Cohen for everything I can get out of him this one time. Kiffin's got to keep this alive while Jimmy Sexton is doing that. He can't let this die. He can't say, hey, listen, I've signed this new – he can't sign this new deal that he's been offered from Ole Miss. He's got to be careful how he talks. He's got to keep this alive, because the other thing you got to keep alive is if Jimmy Sexton picks the phone up today and calls Kiffin and says, hey, the Auburn thing has fallen apart, we're staying, he can't burn that bridge either, because I got to stay there and coach.
So what you're telling me is that Lane Kiffin is basically going and doing a morning show for 2 extra weeks past his contract.
Been there.
This is kind of a needle to thread here for Kiffin.
Yeah, been there. Kiffin, Lance, he can't burn that bridge. He can't burn Ole Miss too, because something could, you never know in these things. Something could fall apart. I mean, I know it's only, how long is it till the Egg Bowl's over? What that game kicks? I mean, I don't know.
6 o'clock on Thursday night. So we got it's a handful of hours.
Let's say 48 hours, right? Yeah. He's got to keep this thing alive for 48 hours. But in this next 48 hours, Lane Kiffin's going to have some really uncomfortable conversations.
Yeah.
His players at some point are going to face him and say, are you in or out?
Yeah. What about his boss?
His boss, Keith Carter, is going to face him, if he hasn't already, and said, are you in or are you out? The boosters Lane has leaned on to get facility upgrades and NIL upgrades he's going to have to face them. Are you in or out?
Are you with us or against us?
Yeah, I mean, he's going to have some really uncomfortable conversations.
Let's unpack that a little bit.
All right, I'm glad to.
And maybe go to our history books and remember this. Our friends at Bromberg's bringing you this part of the show. That silver box means a lot.
Yeah, nothing like giving or getting that silver box. The holidays are here. If you're thinking about popping the question, they are your diamond specialists. Since 1836, our friends at Bromberg's Get in them, see them. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. Again, nothing like getting that silver box from Bromberg's, your diamond specialist. For more information, you can shop online right now. Go to brombergs.com.
Okay, let's start first, Brown and LT, with a little bit of history. What you're describing, Brown, being confronted by players and your boss and everything, sort of takes me back to a Saturday morning at the Georgia Dome at the SEC Championship. Did that happen with Les Miles?
It did 100%. I mean, Les Miles was taking the Michigan job.
It was done.
Yeah. He was done, gone.
So John Sokoloff back then was Kirk Herbstreit.
That's right. And Herbstreit goes on game day that morning and says this will be the last game he coaches at LSU. He's taking the Michigan job. And the LSU folks lost their mind. As you can understand, they're about to play in an SEC championship game. And they confronted Les Miles. The players did at a breakfast, and Les Miles knew this, whatever comes of this, is going to be an epically bad look for me. My players are going to revolt. We're going to lose the game. I'm not going to be allowed to coach in the game. Whatever it is going to be a bad look. And Les Miles made the choice at that moment, I don't want to do this next 12 hours. It was really, all he had to do was survive about 12 hours. And he was like, I don't think I can handle that. So he backed out of the Michigan job, made Herbstreit look like an idiot, though Herbstreit had it right. That was all because players confronted him at a breakfast. And again, that was like 12 hours. This is going to be 48 hours.
Yeah, so will you not be surprised if he takes the Auburn job? More surprised if he coaches in this game Thursday night and then takes the job?
That's the most fascinating storyline to me. Like, as these meetings happen with Lane, as these face-to-face conversations happen, at some point does Keith Carter, the Ole Miss athletics director, figure out this guy is not going to be our coach next year. And I want to save face, and I've got the fan base is all pissed off at Lane Kiffin right now. I'm just going to tell him he's not coaching the Iron Bowl, or the Egg Bowl, or the Iron Bowl for that matter. I'm telling him he's not coaching the Egg Bowl. You're out. It's the old Bo Schembechler. Michigan's going to be coached by a Michigan man. Schembechler did that. Wasn't that pretty much on the eve of the NCAA tournament, right?
No. You're talking about Bill Frieder.
Yeah. But Bo Schembechler was the athletics director. Yeah.
Sorry.
I mean, that was pretty much on the eve of the NCAA tournament where he's like, if you're taking that job, you're out. We're going to be coached by a Michigan man. Does Keith Carter pull that card at Ole Miss for him to be the hero now? Does he do the old, Ole Miss is going to be coached by somebody that cares about Ole Miss, not somebody that's taking another job?
Still find it hard to believe Bill Frieder left to Michigan for Arizona State.
It's a dumb move on his part, but still.
But you're talking about a fan base that thought Lane had bailed on them last week as they watched a 35-6 first half in Fayetteville. They all were on social media. The Ole Miss fan base that uses Twitter and Instagram were out there saying, this guy's franning it up, using our term. This guy is already, his head somewhere else. And there were some saying, Lane, if you're already taking the Auburn job, we don't want you on the sideline. Yeah. So you have the pitchforks and the torch is already burning in the Ole Miss fan base.
That's right. And so that's the drama in Oxford. And I'll be fascinated to see if that plays out. If Keith Carter ever goes to Lane Kiffin and say, hey, I got to know right now. We've got the biggest game on our schedule coming up Thursday. And I've got an obligation to Ole Miss fans to make sure my coach is engaged in that. And if you're going to Auburn, Lane, that is fine. You tell me right now, are you in or are you out?
Yeah.
But unless
he signs something, it doesn't mean anything.
Exactly.
He's going to say he's in.
Yeah. I know, but what if they do that? What if they say, look, Jimmy, he signs this right here or he doesn't coach Thursday night?
That's right.
I mean, what if they did that?
And we're redacting your salary.
Hey, why would you not, though? If you really believe he's going to leave Friday morning.
That's what I'm saying.
And I think they honestly, if he is leaving Friday morning, again, they've lost 3 or 4 here. They got completely dominated in that first half, you said. If he is leaving Friday morning, he's not going to be engaged. And I think you've got a better chance of that team rallying around an interim coach in a one-game situation.
Well, hell, how much time did he spend on social media last night?
That's what I'm talking about. He's not watching Will Rogers film.
On a bye week, Nick Saban, on his birthday, flew home to Lake Burton one year with LSU another week away and hit his first hole-in-one in his life because he didn't want Alabama fans to think on the bye week he wasn't thinking about the LSU game. This guy's on social media last night creating responses to a reporter in Starkville, Mississippi.
Oh, no, I'm 100% with you. If I'm an Ole Miss fan right now, I don't think my coach is engaged in this game.
No,
it doesn't feel like it. We got Lane.
Bowl's always fun, but this one's going to be really fun.
No doubt.
We got Lane Kiffin reaction and a lot of stuff, and he did use the phrase pine box yesterday as well. that's being brought to you in part by our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap getting you ready to just make that house secure forever.
Yeah, leaves are falling. The last thing you want to do is get out that dangerous ladder. It's a dirty, dangerous job. You get on the roof, you slip and fall, you snap the neck. No good to the wife or kids. 45% off the retail price right now for all of the Next Round viewers and listeners. Call my good friend Chris Stewart, 205-823-2212. You can always go online, guttercapbirmingham.com. Over 20 years here in market. He's been serving Alabama. Make sure you call today, 45% off, 823-2212 or guttercapbirmingham.com.
Also, you guys, my bookie right here, you guys have noticed the line has been moving in this Egg Bowl as well.
Yeah, open 5.5, right?
Yeah, I know it's down to 2.5 right now.
Open 5.5.
You did say
well, that's what Scores and Odds says.
Yeah.
Do you trust that where they have the open?
Yeah,
So
5.5 to 2.5.
What does that tell you?
Mississippi State's going to win the game.
Okay.
Yeah. But it also tells you
I think they know something. Yeah.
somebody's not engaged.
What's it doing, Dunaway?
Yeah. I think you've had some heavy players out there that have moved this number based on information they are getting from certain people. And look, people can't keep secrets. I mean, if he's going to take the job, there's people that know that.
Yeah, I'll remind you, John Sokoloff is a guy who spends a lot of time covering Mississippi State. And
so you think he might be tight with?
And when you cover a program like Mississippi State and you do a good job covering that program, you become on a first-name basis with people high up, like the athletic director, who's now the athletic director down at Auburn. Keep that in mind as you read the Lane Kiffin tweets. But again, he can always back out, just like Les Miles backs out, and we all trust Kirk Herbstreit sources back in those days. My bookie, if you want to keep if you want to keep up with that line.
They've got a no strings bonus, lets you cash in, cash out quick there at mybookie.ag. Code next round. $50 or more deposit. You can receive up to $200 in cold hard cash instantly to your MyBookie account. They put it right there in your account. Use it instantly. Using this bonus is simple. Bet your deposit amount once, and you're ready to cash out. It's no strings attached with mybookie.ag. So Rivalry Weekend is a great time to hammer this MyBookie bonus and focus on what's most important. Family, food, and securing that money bag. Rockstar with mybookie.ag.
Well,
mybookie.ag. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. Only with mybookie.ag. Code next round. A deposit of $50 or more, $200 up to $200 in your account instantly. Just bet one time, and that money is yours. MyBookie.ag. Code next round.
Listen, I think it's important for me to say right now, I always enjoy the Lane Kiffin experience. He's very entertaining, and I think he's a really, really good football coach. Do I think this has all been played out perfectly by him? No. I'd like him to be concentrated on winning or go ahead and take the Auburn job. I think he's going to take the Auburn job. I hope he takes the Auburn job. It's going to be fantastic for us. It'll be entertainment 365. But at his news conference yesterday, while talking about the biggest game of the year for Ole Miss fans and Mississippi State fans, here's Lane Kiffin getting asked about the Egg Bowl success, where he has been very good at winning this game.
How you've been here, you've seen what it means to Mississippians this game, and being able to go 3-0. What do you think that means for this program and for you, kind of recruiting in this state moving forward?
Maybe we'll have enough money to have a facility that doesn't leak water on us after we win the third one. So, I mean, it would be great. I think in general, you know, as you look at the 3 years, I think we've come a long ways. With the program, on-field success of whatever, 18 wins last 2 years and chance for a 19th. You know, I think that we've turned over the roster, improved the roster, obviously improved on-field production, and made the program a lot more visibly nationally to recruit to than where it was when we got here. So this would be another good notch in there to help that with the national audience on a Thursday night.
Boy, what a shot to his program.
Oh, it was, no doubt. We got a facility.
Yeah, I mean, look,
just the start of it again, Rockstar, cut number 9. Just the glance up at dripping water, I assume.
Oh, was it raining yesterday?
I don't know. Maybe it has, but here we go. Listen to this again.
Maybe we'll have enough money to have a facility that doesn't leak water on us after we win the third one. So,
wow. Humble over hype, very ironic sweatshirt.
I
Right?
thought the same thing. That's what jumped out most to me.
Yeah,
Good looking sweatshirt.
I don't know with that comment. I don't know how he can do what he did last night and take the job because he'll look like an idiot. But as you guys said, that's Lane. But that comment there makes me believe, it's just he's ready to roll.
I mean, that does sound like you're kind of building a case to leave, right?
I mean, I got a leaky roof here, man.
Yeah, I can't even.
Auburn's got a better house.
Yeah, they just built one. In fact, I bet that roof doesn't leak.
I'm sure there's a Greg from Pell City in Oxford.
You think so?
They probably would pay for that roof to get fixed.
Yeah,
Greg from Union Grove, Mississippi.
More Lane Kiffin throughout the show. More of that discussion. Clay Travis is coming up in the next segment. We'll ask Clay about Lane Kiffin and how he's handled that in the Auburn job. Later on, Carnell Williams about the game going on in this state as well. And our Hamburger Heaven on Campus drive-through. Part of the show being brought to you by that guy, Greg Nelson. He's not from Union Grove. He's from right here in Pell City, Alabama. And he's the guy that wants to give you a free, no-cost roof inspection. Greg Nelson and his wife own the company, Storm Restoration Roofing, and he is there to help you out this holiday season. If you haven't had that roof inspected in a while, why not get a roof inspection for absolutely no cost at all? It's a free no-cost roof inspection with no obligation. Greg Nelson, Storm Restoration Roofing. Call this number, 205-542-3531. 542-3531. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau. All the warranties, the best warranties. Insurance companies trust him and a lot more. You can simply go to Facebook as well and look him up. Greg from Pell City. Greg from Pell City, and contact him that way. It's Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's. Holiday gift cards are now here. The perfect Christmas gift. For every $40 you spend in gift cards, you'll receive a free value basket. Pick up a Culver's gift card at the Culver's location nearest you.
Dear past, present, and future football watchers, you know why we're here. The football season is back! Woo! And since that's too amazing to miss a single second's worth, Pepsi is officially giving you permission to always put football first. Like, maybe those in-laws are back in town. Well, better hope they're football fans because your Sunday is completely booked. Long story short, crack open a Pepsi and don't let anything get between you and your football watching. With love, Pepsi, made for football watching. That's what I like.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures. Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender. ERA King Real Estate is on the move. They've just opened a new state-of-the-art office in Homewood, as well as new offices in Vestavia and Huntsville. The real estate market has never been crazier than it is right now. That's why, with 52 years of experience, ERA King Real Estate is growing to serve you. To find out more, text the word MOVE to 35620. That's MOVE, MOVE, to 35620. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Thanksgiving is here, and let the New York Butcher Shop be the place to get all of your holiday meal items. Their premium turkeys are fresh, free-range, and hormone-free. The New York Butcher Shop also has a wide selection of chef-prepared side items to help save you time in the kitchen. Pick up a bottle of wine, and your meal will be complete. Turkeys are selling fast, so place your order today. 2 locations to serve you, in Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
We enjoyed watching the World Cup yesterday. A 1-1 draw for the Americans. They let one get away yesterday. Should have late in the match, 82 minutes in, and let a goal get in, a penalty kick. And now the Americans will be fighting hard against England on Friday, trying to get a big W to secure their way into the brackets. If not, it could get a little hairy down the stretch there. Already a huge upset earlier today. Saudi Arabia, according to BetMGM and the Caesars, the biggest upset in World Cup history, beating Argentina 2-1. You were even amazed by that this morning. The number.
Well, I mean, to hear that it's the greatest upset, but when you pull the numbers, they were minus 660. But on the other side, Iran was like plus 1,700. But I mean, when you start to look at that, like in terms of football, and I know the draw's in there, so I don't know how that really mixes in. But you're looking at like a 14, 15-point favorite.
Oh, so Saudi Arabia was basically a 2-touchdown dog.
Yeah, we see those win outright.
Well, it happens a lot, yeah.
But I think it's a little different in soccer terms.
Clay Travis coming up in about 3 or 4 minutes here. We'll get to him and right back into discussing college football and what Lane Kiffin had to say last night and your reaction over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room over there to Lane. And if you're an Auburn fan, Forrester is one of them. Forrester, back row Forrester. How excited are you as an Auburn guy if Lane Kiffin is your coach on Friday?
Oh, I'm eating all this up. I think it's all fun.
Yeah, it's enjoyable. It's entertaining for sure. The X's and O's of Lane Kiffin, though, one of the best play callers in America. You're excited to get him down on the Plains?
I am.
Yeah, so that's always many words. But to recap what Forrester says, excited.
Dunaway wants you to expand there, Scott.
It's all brought to you by our friends at Buzzed, B-U-Z-D. Use the app, and you can keep the party going this holiday season.
Absolutely. One thing you don't want to do is leave the house. You can have them bring the party to you. It's the fastest, most affordable delivery service with pricing in line with your favorite package or convenience stores. Buzz combines the best of servicing and delivery industries to create this unique to Alabama and first of its kind service found on your app store, BUZD. Use that code NEXTROUND, 15% off your first order. They've got cannabis, they've got alcohol, tobacco. They're adding inventory constantly from downtown Birmingham to Highway 119 and everything in between. We bring the buzz to you. Get buzzed, BUZD.
Rockstar, if you can give me cut number 10, what Brownie was talking about. In the first segment, the players who are not in a bubble, they hear everything going on with their coach, Lane Kiffin. So Lane's asked about that yesterday at his news conference.
Lane, I've heard you say what your approach is when your name is coming up for other jobs and rumors and whatnot, but do your players ask you about it during this time?
They don't. I think they know how we operate, and they've been in this before, and so they don't even ask. I think they know how we do things here, and pro mindset of preparing every day to get better and win. And I don't know what else to say. I'm extremely happy here. I can get up here and give you whatever it was, the pine box speech, and I'm not going to be the next head coach of Alabama. I can give you those things, and So I don't know what those mean. So I don't know what else to say. I mean, been here 3 years and been fortunate enough to, I guess, now have 3 different contracts. So I don't know why all of a sudden a 4th contract all of a sudden makes people feel better. So, like I said, we're very appreciative of everything here.
A little shot at Tuberville and Saban in that one bite.
He is very smug.
Yes. But to what he's saying there, both of those comments happened, and both of those guys ended up coaching at the places they said they weren't going to coach.
That is correct.
Right?
Yep.
Pine Box, didn't leave in a Pine Box, went to Auburn.
Yep.
Not going to be the coach at Alabama. If you want me to say it, I'll say it. Ended up being the coach at Alabama.
That is correct, yeah.
So what he's saying is, it doesn't matter what I say up here. When Friday comes, I'm either going to be the coach here at Ole Miss or Auburn. I'm going to make that decision. Doesn't matter what I say.
Yeah. I want to process, as we talk to Clay, we may have to come back to that bite there because I want to process what he said at the end there about the contracts.
Yeah.
I want to process that for a second.
Clay's being brought to you in part today by our friends at the University of Montevallo. If you're looking for a great place for your son or daughter to go to school, check it out online, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu.
All right, Clay Travis, founder of Outkick. You see him on Fox Sports, at Clay Travis on Twitter, with us on the Johnston RVCenter.com hotline. What's up, Clay? How are you?
I'm doing well. How are y'all?
Doing awesome. Thanks a lot. I mean, obviously, we want to get to the Tennessee, South Carolina game with you, but this Lane Kiffin story is the biggest thing in the SEC right now. What did you make of what Lane did on social media last night?
If he leaves, it feels like salt in the wounds to be like kind of laughing about the idea that he might leave. Does that make sense to you guys?
It does, but do you think Lane cares about that?
I don't know that he does, but if I were going to be leaving a job in that manner, I think I would be quiet, especially because it's kind of Ole Miss fans' worst nightmare. Because already we've seen Tommy Tuberville make that trip, and Ole Miss fans like to believe, I think, that they are a destination job. Heck, every program has pride and wants to believe that their coach is not going to leave for another rival in the conference. And so if it happens to Ole Miss, then it in the manner in which Lane is kind of joking about it and everything else, I think it would harken back to when Lane left Tennessee and just didn't really seem to understand. Really, I think he never really understood the Tennessee culture and even the SEC culture at large. I think he does better now, but it would still kind of harken back to maybe this guy hasn't changed that much if he's kind of poking fun at the idea that he was going to leave. If he's going to stay, then I think it's kind of funny. So I took it as being more likely that he was going to stay than he was going to leave. But so that's my analysis.
Well, I took it like that too, Clay, until we just heard a soundbite from his press conference yesterday where he opens it up basically killing his own athletic department, saying, hey, maybe after 3.5 years we can fix this roof from leaking. So, I don't know if you've heard that, but I mean, for him to say that yesterday, I mean, it sounds like, hey, I'm already building this case.
I know Lane, and I know that he's been concerned about how the transfer portal and NIL is going to be impacted in terms of his ability to recruit and bring in top players. And I think increasingly there is a bit of a panic out there over the schools that truly have wealthy boosters and can sort of flip the spigot and raise a lot of money, and the schools that don't feel like they have that. And I think there's some concern that Ole Miss may be in the latter compared to, the Tennessees, which I think is going to be spending a lot, and the Texas A&Ms of the world.
I think LT and I differ on this. I think Lane Kiffin can win a championship. On the football field, I'm not sure LT does. Is that right, LT?
I do not believe he'll win a championship.
Yeah, I think Lane Kiffin is a championship quality coach and a great play caller. Where are you on Lane Kiffin? Not the show, not the all the whistles and everything that come with it. As a football coach, can Lane Kiffin be a championship coach in your opinion?
I think it depends on how high the quality of the quarterback he gets is, because I think he is an elite level quarterback coach. And so if he, I know Matt Castle was pretty good, But if he got if Lane Kiffin had Bryce Young at Ole Miss, I think he could win a national championship. But is he going to be able to get one of those top 5 caliber quarterbacks to Ole Miss ever? Because I think the ceiling, what he'd be able to accomplish with that guy, would be through the roof. So I think that's really the question. Can he ever get a truly, truly elite quarterback? Because I've seen him have such tremendous success with the quarterback position in general that I think he could get to that transcendent level.
Clay Travis is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. As we talk to Clay, a reminder, Nichols Outfitters is still wanting to look at your old firearm or hunting rifle. If you've upgraded in the past few years, you could sell it to them and get some cash in your pocket, maybe even spend it right there on Christmas gifts at Nichols Outfitters in Pelham. I-65, exit 242 in Pelham. These guys know outdoors. Nichols Outfitters. And the history of your Tennessee fandom and disappointing nights, Saturday night had to rank pretty high.
Yeah, I mean, it does. The defensive performance was, frankly, out of nowhere, and the offensive performance from South Carolina was out of nowhere. I mean, if you had told me Tennessee was going to go on the road, they were going to turn the ball over 4 or 5 times and lose 31-27 at South Carolina, I would have said, okay, it's a night road game in the SEC. You turn the ball over a bunch of times, bad things can happen. But I would have bet my house almost on if you had told me, hey, one team's going to score 63 in this game before the game started. I'll give you even money, Tennessee and South Carolina, on which one is going to score 63. I would have. I don't even know how much money I would have put down. So the way that it happened was the stunner to me. Not that necessarily Tennessee lost, although I would have found it surprising. But to get blown out like Tennessee did, I'm still kind of in shock.
And Spencer Rattler, we were talking about this last night. We did a specialty show for Bud Light, and how he's looked the entire season, to be able to have a game like that makes no sense.
I agree. And by the way, yes, there were lots of times when he had open receivers. But he was also dropping dimes all night. I mean, if I'm a South Carolina fan, I'm looking around and saying, wait a minute, where was this offense all year? How did we not score against Florida? How did we score 7 against Georgia? How did we only score 10 against Missouri? I mean, I think the stat I saw was that South Carolina had 18 touchdowns in conference coming into the final game in conference against Tennessee. And then they scored 9 against Tennessee. Look, the Tennessee defense has not been great all year, but the most points they gave up all year was 42 to Alabama. Now, Alabama scored 49, but 7 of those were the defense scoop and score fumble. And then 33 Tennessee gave up to Florida, but Florida, was scrambling there at the end of the game. And so some of those points came, after Tennessee had gone up 17 or whatever it was. Otherwise, I mean, they've been, not great, but solid at times. And I was stunned beyond belief by what I saw. I mean, at this point, I'm rooting for Southern Cal to win out and for TCU to win out, because I think if that in that scenario, Tennessee might have ended up number 5, and then the loss doesn't hurt as much because you're like, okay, well, you're going to a bowl game either way. But if you end up with a TCU loss or a Southern Cal loss, I think you could have penciled Tennessee into the playoff, and that's a loss that stings for a very long time.
And I think the big question, if I'm a Tennessee fan today, is what we saw this year sustainable without Hendon Hooker, a legendary generational quarterback, those receivers. Can this be sustainable moving forward with this Tennessee program?
I think the reason why you'd be optimistic is, one, I'm curious to see how Joe Milton plays against Vanderbilt. I mean, the guy has all the tools to be an incredible player. Remember, he beat Hendon Hooker out a couple of years ago in the preseason. To his credit, he stayed. So I'm kind of curious to see how he looks against Vanderbilt on Saturday, because the presumption is it's his job. And then I don't know how many people have paid attention to this, but Arch Manning is the consensus number 1 recruit in the country. Number 2, and he may end up catching Arch Manning before all is said and done, is Nico Amavalea, who is a 5-star quarterback that Tennessee has signed, and he's the highest-rated quarterback Tennessee signed since Peyton Manning. So Tennessee is ecstatic about how good they think he is going to be. So that would suggest that Tennessee is going to be able to have some sustained success. They may have a little bit of a drop back next year, but the recruiting, I mean, they should be able to stack together some top 10 classes pretty consistently. And if Nico is as good as there seems to be the thought that he is, then I would expect that Tennessee is going to be pretty good for the next several years.
All right, he is Clay Travis. Clay, have a great Thanksgiving with the family, man. We appreciate the time as always.
Yeah, y'all as well, and hope everybody has a great Thanksgiving out there, and can't wait to see what Lane does.
Oh, I know it's going to be fun to watch. See you next week. Thank you, Clay.
See y'all.
All right, man. Clay with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline from Outkick, and you can follow him on Twitter at Clay Travis. A reminder as well, your yard in the summer and spring looks the best it can when you get the fall shutdown season right. Getting the proper nutrients and pre-emergence in the root system and in the soil makes all the difference in the world. Let Waynes do that with Envirolon, 866-WAYNES-1. 866-WAYNES and the number 1. Use the code TNR, and we'll pay for your first month. So you get 12 months for the price of 11 when you call 866-WAYNES-1 and use the code TNR and get on Envirolon with Waynes.
We're about to get into your Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room over there in the next segment, some of the things you're saying. But after I tell you about Way to Wellness, a special event tonight we want you to be at. Way to Wellness wants to get you in shape for 2023. They want to get you healthier in 2023, blood pressure, weight loss, cholesterol, get those numbers all down. Thanks to our friends at Way to Wellness. Leslie and her board-certified team over there will help you. And here's the best part. There's no contract, so you're not locked into a year or 2 years. There's no sign-up fees, and the consultation, the first one, is absolutely free. Just go to this website, planforme.com, and you can get signed up for that free consultation. Learn more about the program that helped me lose 45 pounds and will help me do it again at some point here, get back in shape. But they definitely changed my blood pressure and cholesterol numbers. You can do that right now, planforme.com, planforme.com. All right, tonight. We got a Bama and Bourbon we're recording right after the show today, right? And that'll go out on the platform, Iron Bowl version with Aaron Suttles and Lance Taylor. So watch for that. Set your alerts and everything on our video platforms. But tonight at the Walk-Ons on Highway 280, Walk-Ons Highway 280, right near our show here, Aaron Suttles will be there at 6 o'clock with his books. To have a book signing tonight. You can buy the books there and get the books signed by Aaron Suttles and talk to Aaron about Alabama football. So 6 o'clock walk-ons tonight. Come out. Some of us will be there at different times as well, helping and supporting Aaron Suttles with his book signing tonight. So walk-ons tonight, 6 o'clock, Highway 280. Make plans to come out, enjoy some great food, hoist a beer on this Thanksgiving week, and get a book and signed by Aaron Suttles tonight. 6 o'clock walk-ons, Highway 280. When we come back, what you guys are saying in the chat room on this Iron Bowl, Egg Bowl weekend, and Auburn's new coach. Is he about to head out to Auburn on Thursday night, on Friday? Is it going to be Lane Kiffin? What you guys are talking about and thinking about in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room when we come back.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. You're not average, and the New Balance Birmingham store has the shoes and apparel to perfectly match your unaverage self. If we were all shaped the same and had the same level of fitness, and if we all walked and ran exactly alike, well, then I guess an average shoe store selling average shoes would be just fine. But you deserve better. At the New Balance Birmingham store, our specialists will match you with a custom pair of New Balance shoes that fit you perfectly. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store. Your feet will thank you.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or AlfaRomeoUSA of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Thanksgiving is here, and let the New York Butcher Shop be the place to get all of your holiday meal items. Their premium turkeys are fresh, free-range, and hormone-free. The New York Butcher Shop also has a wide selection of chef-prepared side items to help save you time in the kitchen. Pick up a bottle of wine, and your meal will be complete. Turkeys are selling fast, so place your order today. 2 locations to serve you, in Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantsstore.com and follow the Pants Store on social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, this is where your daughters and wife want to shop because of all the in-style fashions made especially for them. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn.
Stay up to date with the Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
Our Michelson look ahead includes Roman Harper, who will join us at the top of the hour. So he'll be with us at 10:25. So he's part of hour number 2, 10:25. And then Ronnie Brown will be with us at 12 noon Central to start the final hour of the show. Upset alert in the final hour of the show. We don't know if the Pick King or the Brown Bandit or another character will show up today, but he is red hot for sure. That in the final hour. That's your Michelson look ahead.
Hey, to find out if LASIK is right for you, call Michelson Laser Vision 969-8100 or online michelsonlaservision.com. When you call 969-8100, ask for Amy. She's going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You've got 0 to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. Make the call that I made over 20 years ago. Dr. Mark Michelson, the first to ever perform LASIK in the state of Alabama way back in 1995. Dr. Jen Michelson, best in the business. Call him today, 205-969-8100 or online, michelsonlaservision.com.
Hey, and a reminder, the Pants Store is there for you this holiday season. 7 great locations, pantsstore.com, pantsstore.com. Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, Auburn, and Hoover. Pantsstore.com. Follow them on social media. All your great gifts for the fans in your life, including the female fan that is looking her absolute best on game days. You can get the perfect gift under the gift right now, including game day hats, Yeti accessories, sunglasses, game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. Those 7 great locations and online at penstore.com. All right, Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. A lot of you guys are reacting to the way Lane reacted last night to the report from John Sokoloff. What are they saying, Brownie?
A lot of people are saying expect more tweets coming from Lane. I think that's kind of the general consensus that Lane ain't done tweeting. I don't know what he'll tweet next, but as one says, he'll tweet something to throw everybody off, like a picture of the Rocky Mountains or something. I mean, thinking he's going back out west. Our social media director, Taylor Korn, there in the Vulcan Tire chat room, says, how big of a distraction will it be for the Auburn players if it's announced Friday? Like, I don't know that that's how you would do it, but, I mean, Lane's going to be asked a ton about it in the postgame after the Egg Bowl.
Distraction or motivation?
I don't know. Which one do you think? Like, let's just assume for purposes of this question, Egg Bowl's over, word breaks late Saturday night it's happening, Friday morning it's confirmed, maybe Auburn even announces it. I don't know. Here's this thing. There's this school of thought, and I don't think it's entirely incorrect, that Auburn really, really wants this at least to hold till Sunday because they don't want to upstage Carnell Williams, an Auburn guy who's done a lot for your program, who's reinvigorated this football team currently, for it to appear that he never had a chance for the job. And if you announce this Friday before the Iron Bowl, you're saying Carnell was never considered for this. We didn't even allow the guy to coach the Iron Bowl to make a decision, right? So I don't know what that does to the team. I don't know if that's demoralizing, disappointing, what to the team.
Yeah, but I can see Carnell Williams standing in the team meeting telling the guys, hey, this is it for me, right? I plan on being back here with you guys next year, but I know right now in this room, all you seniors and me and everyone who's poured it on the line for Auburn their entire career, we have one more game against Alabama for Auburn. And this may be the last chance I get to be head coach ever in my life, and especially at my program, Auburn. It's almost like let's go win one for Carnell in that situation.
Look, and do you think Carnell had any dreams of being a head coach like today? I know ultimately he wants to be a head coach, but, these were, unforeseen circumstances, like kind of unforeseen circumstances. But I agree with you. I think they'll come out. They'll play for Carnell.
Yeah, I don't know if it impacts this game at all. There's no doubt Ole Miss is not as well prepared as they have been at times, watching them this past week.
Yeah. One thing I'll say, and I don't know if you guys have experienced the same thing, but I think sometimes we assume players react emotionally the same way we would as fans.
That's right.
And I have found that is not always the case.
It is 100% not the case.
Like, as a fan, you would think if that happened, they would react one way, and frequently that's the way you would react in that situation. But 17, 18, 19, 20-year-old players that are a generation younger than you and have different goals and are driven different and do different things, they react a totally different way.
Jay Mose in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. Has Lane even answered all 58 of the AD's questions yet? John Cohen's 58 checklist for the next Auburn coach. I would assume, Jay Mose, that's a lot like when you get your new iPhone. You just shuttle down to the bottom and hit I accept.
Yep.
You just say, you don't even read all 58. You just accept. I accept.
I can confidently say Lane has had an opportunity to answer questions.
What are you saying?
I'm just saying I think he's had an opportunity to answer those questions, Jim. Whether he answered all 58 or not, I don't know.
So you're saying you can confidently say that Lane has talked with Auburn.
You tracking the jet?
I'm not tracking jets. I just think Lane's had an opportunity to answer those questions. Whether he answered all 58 and how well he answered them, I don't know. Do you think Auburn would hire him without talking to him first?
No.
I mean, do you? Dunaway?
No,
I don't think he would take the job without talking to Auburn first.
I wouldn't think so either.
You don't visit campuses anymore. But, yeah,
he's been on the Auburn campus. Yeah, he knows the Auburn campus.
Yeah, we said that about Bo Nix. He'd never been there before.
He'd never been there.
I'm going to Oregon.
Yeah. Don't know how to get there. Apparently, it takes at least 2 connections to get there, but I'll get there. All right, thanks for your comments in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. Thanks to Precision Sports. Some injuries getting people healthy and back into the game. That's what Precision Sports did. I'll tell you what, with a healthy Christian McCaffrey and a healthy, Deebo Samuel last night, and then what they have at Kittle at tight end and other good running backs and receivers, Ayuko. I mean, that is a team that looks like, I know, what are they, 6-4?
Yeah.
That is a team looked like they're ready to make a run to the Super Bowl championship.
One last 6 of the last 7, and I meant to put a futures on them a couple of weeks ago because I think they're the best team in football. Best team on the planet right now.
And they don't look like they're playing together offensively yet. It's Jimmy Garoppolo saying, okay, this is the one I'm going to throw to Christian McCaffrey. This is the one I'm going to throw to Kittle. This is the one I'm going to throw to Deebo Samuel. If they as they get more time together, that team looks scary as heck right now.
There's no doubt. And D'Amico Ryans, and they were talking about it again on the broadcast last night. I mean, he just looks the part of a future head coach.
He really does.
Too, as a defense coordinator.
38-10 last night. They annihilated Arizona.
I wonder how much longer Cliff Kingsbury.
I was about to say that clock's got to be ticking on the other side.
Well, and you think about it like this. So Kyle Shanahan chose to go to Colorado to train for the week because of the altitude. And Cliff Kingsbury and the Cardinals said, nah, we're just going to stay here.
Yep.
And the second half, hands on hips nonstop.
Hands on hips nonstop. In Mexico City last night, if you watch that, Precision Sports gets you back in the game. Get the hands off the hips and get back in the game.
Hey, 'tis the season to make your plans to get moving in 2023. Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics encourages you to start out 2023 with less pain and schedule any elective orthopedic procedure you've been putting off. Make an appointment and start saving today at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
All right, this is a 4-down question. We'll do 4 downs in our next segment. But also, we're going to make it a Cowan Equipment poll question. More likely upset to sort of turn the college football playoffs, maybe another twist upside down. South Carolina over Clemson, Notre Dame over USC. Don't answer. We'll do it in 4 downs, LT. South Carolina over Clemson, Notre Dame over USC, Iowa State over TCU, or A&M over LSU. Those will be your 4 choices to vote for at Next Round Live on Twitter. Like and subscribe, but follow us there at Next Round Live as well, wherever you get your Twitter feed on this day, as long as Twitter is still up, and it's brought to you by Cowan Equipment.
Hey, if you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from their rental fleet for sale now. Visit Cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 800-239-COWAN for more information.
Call the Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
This hour of the Next Round is presented by Culver's. Holiday gift cards are now here. The perfect Christmas gift. For every $40 you spend in gift cards, you'll receive a free value basket. Pick up a Culver's gift card at the Culver's location nearest you.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and for their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF provides the information to help clients and families understand the results of injury. AHIF helps access available resources and provides services and programs which meet the unique needs of individuals with traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injury in certain programs. Find out how you can help at ahif.org.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
This is your home. You want a brighter future and a community that's united by action and commitment. And united starts with you. We are United Way. And for almost 100 years, we have served people from all walks of life. That's our united commitment. United starts with you. Give to United Way of Central Alabama.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
The real estate market is crazier than it has ever been. ERA King has 52 years of experience, over 200 agents, and they're opening new offices in Homewood, Vestavia, and Huntsville. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you. Text the word MOVE to 35620 to get started. That's the word MOVE to 35620. It's a crazy market. That's why you need our friends at ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
The NFL playoffs are just around the corner, and every game matters. Join us on the Next Round and Pepsi every Thursday as we preview the upcoming big games in the NFL weekend. Pepsi and the NFL, a perfect match for your weekend.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
It's time to start thinking about employee holiday gifts. Consider getting your hardworking guys a pair of Red Wing boots. Each day, your employees are on the job site helping your company succeed, so reward them with comfort at its best. The Red Wing mobile shoe truck can visit your shop and fit your employees with a great selection of boots. Or Red Wing gift cards can be purchased at your local Red Wing store, available in all amounts. Whichever program you choose, your employees will appreciate the quality, service, and selection from Red Wing shoes, and they'll also be thankful they have such a great boss. Reward your employees this holiday season with Red Wing shoes.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Leo and Matt reacting to our poll question of possible upsets that could impact the college football playoff. New rankings come out later tonight. He says, why is the Iron Bowl not mentioned? Alabama's not in consideration for the playoffs at this moment. Matt says, why not Vandy over Tennessee? Tennessee not really in the mix for the playoffs at this moment. We went with 4 games, only can use 4 that could impact the playoffs this weekend, right?
Yeah, I don't think either one of those teams are in legitimate consideration. Tennessee, especially without Hendon Hooker, or Alabama with those 2 losses, neither of them playing in Atlanta. It would take incredible chaos.
That's why they're not there, Leo and Matt. But you can go vote in the Cowan Equipment poll question right there at Next Round Live on Twitter of 4 possible upsets that could throw a little snow globe into the rankings that you'll see a little bit later on tonight. Part of this hour of the show with Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar Forrester, and Lunsford is brought to you by the great folks down at the Floribama.
Yeah, we're going to be there in 3 weeks. Is it 3 weeks? So next weekend's SEC Championship, the weekend after for Army-Navy.
Yeah, see, Army-Navy weekend.
Yeah, so make sure you come join us at the most famous beach bar in the country, the Floribama Lounge. Numerous annual events during the year. Our regular guests plan their schedules around their beach concerts, fishing rodeos, chili cook-offs, marathons, and much more. And again, this Army-Navy game is going to be awesome. They'll have it on the big screen in the main room where we'll do a broadcast from 11:30 to 1. On Saturday. We'll do our regular show on Friday, so come join us. Everyone who shows up gets a free drink for military, cool raffle prizes, and it's going to be a lot of fun.
I don't understand it, but over there, Rusty says USC. I don't know if it's Rusty. It's gone by so fast. Somebody says Alabama's got as good a chance as USC. I don't see that.
Brandon said that. Alabama has as good a chance as USC. Rusty says, I don't know about that. USC could still be a conference champ. Alabama does not have as good a chance as USC.
No.
USC will be ranked in front of Alabama tonight. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised at all if USC is number 5.
And I honestly think, after watching again Saturday, their offense is good enough to play right with Alabama.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We will see the rankings a little bit later tonight. Later on, we will show you our rankings on how we would vote going into this evening. But right now, it is time for 4 Downs. It's brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires. I've got those for you. Vulcan Tires has everything your car needs, and it seems like everybody on the show has been by Vulcan Tires sometime in the last year.
Yes, 5 great locations, including that new location right there in Pell City. Anything you need bumper to bumper for you and your family, these guys can handle. Locally owned and operated, from tires, wheel alignment, brakes, and more. Get into one of those 5 locations or online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
Reports are Deion Sanders has talked to, or schools have talked to his representation. Colorado and South Florida have shown interest in Deion Sanders being the coach there next year. Remember, last year he had conversations with Colorado State and TCU and decided to come back to Jackson State. Next year, Deion Sanders, Jackson State coach or not?
I am going to say one more year Jackson State. Those are not good jobs. I think South Florida would be a better job for him than Colorado. I don't know if you guys agree with that.
His ability to recruit better athletes here in the South, yes.
I'd rather try it at South Florida than Colorado. Colorado's just a dead-end job.
It really is.
Not that South Florida hasn't been at some times.
I don't know, but go back to what Barkley told us last week.
Yeah, the Texas A&M job. So you're going Jackson State or not?
I still find it's a strange mix for A&M. I don't know. I mean, I'd love to see an A&M hire him. Yeah, I'm going to say he stays at Jackson State.
I'm going to say Zelter. I'm going to say Arizona State.
Arizona State for you. Okay. So, but Colorado and USF, according to reports, interested in Deion Sanders. Let's do second down.
Second down.
More rushing yards this weekend. Jaden Daniels or the Texas A&M Aggies in that game in College Station. Now, Devon Achane is working to try to come back. Jaden Daniels or the Aggies?
I'm going to go Aggies. I think the Aggies are going to keep this close.
I kind of say that too, but boy, it looks like a team that's checked out mentally. I mean,
it does.
You always wonder how much senior day plays into things like this. But I mean, they can't go to a bowl game. They're going to finish dead last in the SEC.
But you can ruin LSU season.
You can. But this is a team, I want to say that again, that started the season in the top 10. If they lose this game, will finish by themselves, not even tied with Missouri or Auburn or Vandy, dead last in the SEC. That is unthinkable.
And Jimbo Fisher says Devon Achane and receiver Evan Stewart, who are 2 big playmakers for them, is trying to get back for this weekend. If they play Brown, I would say they're not checked out. If they don't play,
that's a sign that they're checked out.
Could be a sign they're checked out.
I'll still go A&M rushing. I'll still go A&M finds a way to get more rushing yards.
Third down.
More rushing yards this weekend. The combination of McClellan and Gibbs of Alabama are Bigsby and Hunter for Auburn.
Oh. Well, you know Robbie Ashford's going to have single-digit completions.
That's been the general case of late, yes.
And they've got a really good formula working now with Cornell and Hunter going back and forth.
And Alabama loves to throw the football.
Yeah. I will lean Cornell and Dracoez.
Tank. If Cornell plays.
Yeah, if Cornell plays, they got problems.
Yeah, I'd be interested in seeing
Cornell
it.
Looks like he can still
I
play.
think he's still in pretty good shape, yeah. Alabama gives up about 107 a game, second in the league. Whew. So it's been tough to run on them, but I agree with you. Auburn's more dedicated to the run. Auburn's more dedicated to run the ball. Alabama seems more dedicated to the pass. I think I'll take the Auburn combo.
Yeah, I think they're going to have more attempts, obviously.
Yeah, there again, though, the one thing, Alabama's today a 22.5-point favorite. If the game plays out that way, Auburn's playing from behind a lot. They're going to start throwing the ball. So, that has an effect on rush yardage, obviously. Still, I'll say it's the Auburn duo.
Fourth down.
And finally, the question that is our poll question. More likely upset that could impact the playoffs. South Carolina finalizing eliminating Clemson. Notre Dame knocking USC out. Iowa State likely knocking TCU out. Or Texas A&M knocking LSU out. More likely upset.
Probably Notre Dame. I don't know if Notre Dame's got the speed defensively to keep up with SC. But SC is winning some really extremely close games, and they're living on borrowed time. But I don't know if – one of those is going to happen. We're getting this every week, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
We were close last week. We got Tennessee, but it could have been really chaotic. So.
Will Saturday's Spencer Rattler show up this Saturday?
No. He doesn't get to throw against Tennessee's defense again.
That's true.
Yeah.
No, but I think I would go Notre Dame.
I think I would go Notre Dame as well. I mean, I'm done picking against TCU. I think by the time we finish all that, that means Iowa State's going to win this weekend. Now that we're all like, yep, I'm done. Not picking against TCU anymore. That's an Iowa State win.
Yeah.
I will go Notre Dame. That's the more likely one, though.
I think I would go Notre Dame as well. And that's Four Downs, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Yeah, again, 5 great locations, including that new one in Pell City. Anything you need bumper to bumper, they can do it for you and your family. Brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. For more information, VulcanTireAndAuto.com.
Speaking of Carnell Williams, like LT, everyone in the chat room says it's like longest yard. You have Carnell coming out in uniform in the second half and playing. That's fantastic. Speaking of Carnell, let's go on our Hamburger Heaven on-campus drive-through. Carnell Williams, the coach at Auburn, leading the Tigers to Tuscaloosa this weekend. LT will tell you about Hamburger Heaven in just a second, but cut number 1, Rockstar. Carnell was asked yesterday if you can get up for this one. If you can't get up for this one, there's something wrong. He's talking about the motivation of going into the Iron Bowl game. Here is Carnell Williams.
Look, it's no magical words. It's no magical speech that I can give these or these coaches. Look, it's the Iron Bowl. And that's basically what I'm telling my guys. If they can't get up for this game this week, for these seniors, their last game, that they're going to be able to put on that uniform, these 24 seniors, then something wrong. Truly feel like what's on a lot of stuff that's understood really don't need to be said. So I'm looking for our guys to come out, man, and fight and compete. And, we're not backing down at all.
Well, he's impossible to dislike.
No, I love his passion. I really do.
I mean, it's really neat to see.
Yeah, it is, and he's right. I mean, if you've got to motivate for this game, you got trouble. I don't think Auburn needs any extra motivation. I mean, I guess getting bowl eligible, even though they could go to a bowl at 5-7, as we discussed yesterday, might be a little bit of motivation. But I mean, it's the Iron Bowl. It's your chance to beat Alabama, Bryant-Denny, something you haven't done since 2010, and you've not been particularly close since then.
Well, that's the other part of the Hamburger Heaven on-campus drive-through. What would this win mean for Auburn? I don't know if any, Auburn fans are thinking about the future, and Lane Kiffin and Alabama fans are, still upset about 2 losses and what might have been. I don't know if anybody has stopped for a second and thought about what if Auburn pulls the upset and beats Alabama. Here's Carnell Williams on what that would mean.
Group of guys in that locker room, nobody have ever won in Bryant-Denny Stadium. So to come out with a victory, that will be huge. But again, and I honestly mean this, and whatever happens on Saturday, I want us to enjoy it today. The process start today. We start our practice, our walkthrough, we start grinding, we start working. So in order for us to even have a chance for Saturday, we have to take care of today.
Yeah, Carnell Williams getting Auburn ready. That's the Hamburger Heaven on-campus drive-through, brought to you by the great folks at Hamburger Heaven.
Yeah, and since 1982, Hamburger Heaven is serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, fries, hand-spun milkshakes, including the eggnog shake, which is available for the holidays right now. Sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients fresh, prepared daily. This includes their beef. It's always fresh, never frozen. Hand-patted each and every day for breakfast, lunch. Stop by one of those 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gordondale, Homewood. It's Hamburger Heaven.
This doesn't really mean anything other than just being kind of strange, but I had not thought of it, that somebody pointed out last night during our Bud Light game night that Nick Saban actually hasn't coached this game in Bryant-Denny since 2018. I'd forgotten he was out with COVID in the 2020 game, and Steve Sarkisian was the acting head coach, if you'll remember.
Last big win for Sark, in fact.
Yeah, I think it might have been, yes.
Paul says Auburn going to run 10 trick plays, sending Saban's headset to Innisfree. One or two of those hit, then that headset will go flying.
They burned one. I'm not going to say burned one. They scored a touchdown on it at a time where it looked like they really needed a touchdown last week on the halfback pass with Jarquez Hunter.
The Shepherd writes in at Next Round Live, looks like a lot of rain on Saturday for him. I have not looked at the forecast. Brown, can you pull up?
Cold and rainy.
I was looking at Span. Initially yesterday, Span said the rain will move out, but then last night he said new models, they've got to include a chance of rain during the game. Currently, it is a high of 63, 75% chance of rain. But I do think the big chance of rain is early, that it could either be early or could move out maybe early in the game. I don't think they expect a full washout during the game.
So raining during the tailgate.
Yeah, probably.
And the Iron Bowl parade and
there's a parade,
the pie contest and all that goes on with this game. Jace writes in, prime time, Deion Sanders if he goes to USF, that would make the Bama game much more interesting in Tampa next year. Remember, first 4 games next year, 3 home games and a trip to Tampa to play USF is on Alabama's schedule next year. So to have Sark and Deion, 2 of those first 4 games, make the 2023 Alabama schedule a little more interesting.
Is that the most interesting road trip Saban's been on at Bama?
They played, that Florida State game in Jacksonville, which I guess.
I'm just talking about going and playing on South Florida's home field.
Yeah. It was a 2-for-1 to get South Florida to come to Tuscaloosa twice, and I assume Saban did it for recruiting purposes. I think generally when he plays a game away from Tuscaloosa, it's either a big name team or some of these neutral sites. I think the part of the benefit is being in Texas, and it helps recruiting. And this would be, even though South Florida is not technically in South Florida, in the Florida area that I guess he would think helps recruiting.
I really think it was like this because these things are usually, 5, 6, 7 years in advance. Probably somebody said, Coach, we're thinking about doing a 2-for-1 game with USF, which means in 2023 we will go to Tampa. And he was busy doing something else, and he thought to himself, 2023.
Not going to be around.
The hell with this. I don't care. Yeah, whatever you guys want to do.
Yeah, that'll be Kirby's problem when he replaces me.
Whatever you want to
do. We got something else to tell you.
Whatever you guys want to do. All right, we will talk to Roman Harper coming up in the next segment. Did everybody turn in their college football rankings?
I did.
I haven't yet.
Oh, you haven't yet? So we don't have that graphic built yet. Later on, upset alert coming in the final hour of the show. A couple of other notes in college football. Forrester, give me the helmet incident in Fayetteville. Arkansas police are asking for your help tonight identifying the perpetrator in this video.
It's an I-5 investigation.
The video of the person, I won't even call him an Arkansas student or fan, who reached over and grabbed the helmet and ran out of the stadium. Arkansas police says they are searching for that person. They want your help in identifying that perpetrator there. I found that to be very interesting.
Have you read anything that says what the penalty would be? I mean, I guess
it's theft.
Is that petty theft? Is that grand larceny? I don't know where that one falls. How much is that?
It's probably $300 or more.
I think you have to pay a fine, and you are sentenced to watching the entire Chad Morris years on repeat for a weekend.
Write a summary of every Chad Morris game, right? I don't know. Obviously, I think dollar value determines how long you do for that, and I gotta think he probably doesn't go behind bars, right? It's probably an apology, pay a fine.
Yeah,
very embarrassing.
Probably banned from Reynolds Razorback Stadium forever
for the rest of his life,
something like that.
This is probably petty theft.
Yeah,
3 different levels of theft. The taking a property value to over $100,000 is grand theft. We know it ain't
it's
that.
not grand theft. No,
it's got to be petty theft.
Yeah. If it's an Alabama helmet, it'd be grand theft. EA Sports. I knew this was coming because I saw it last night. EA Sports makes the announcement. Oh, here's the video now of the helmet. If you missed it, LT. Hats off. And Brown, by the way, the receiver for Ole Miss, sent out a picture on social media that no, that's not my helmet. Nobody took my helmet. He showed a picture of his helmet in his bag getting on the plane. But the kid got the helmet, young man, whatever he is, and runs out of the stadium.
That's kind of ballsy.
I was making a point yesterday. When in society did we not stop things like that from happening?
Yeah.
I don't want to go final episode of Seinfeld, but shouldn't some of the other great people there in Arkansas had grabbed the guy and said, "Dude, man, what are you doing?
Yeah,
you're making us look bad. Making us look bad. Look at it.
Yeah, that's something you don't see every day.
You don't know.
But the fact that guy was already rolling his TikTok video.
Oh, yeah. There's no doubt he was in on it. Yeah.
That's an accomplice. That's what I would do.
Yep.
I would go and arrest that guy and squeeze him for that guy's name because I guarantee you that guy knows that guy's name.
Jimmy Law and Order.
Would you not? I'd arrest that guy.
Well, I mean, there's obviously a digital.
I would do that brown long pour of water. I know you want some of this good old ice cold water. We'll get you some of this if you just turn over to your buddy's name.
So where were you Saturday night? I mean, we were wondering the same thing about Lane Kiffin. Where was he Saturday night?
Yeah, I don't need an all points bulletin. That guy who's shooting the TikTok knows the other guy. Case solved. You can go back on his timeline. I guarantee you, both of them are dancing to Fancy Like or something. One of those TikTok dances.
You know they are.
They're doing the.
They get it. Oh no! Oh my God!
Yeah.
They're doing all that together.
Yeah, they should be able to catch them if they're doing that.
Yeah, I have 0 posts on my TikTok, by the way. I've got one, just 0 posts, because I can't dance.
Well, I think
You
do
just
other-
danced.
I think you do other things on
You
TikTok.
just gyrated.
Roman Harper coming up in the next segment. EA Sports making an announcement today, as I was going to say before the video popped up. The college, we put this in the landmine category.
Yeah, I think it is.
A landmine category, because I said last night on our Bud Light Game Night show that the gift I told Maggie I wanted for Christmas was a PlayStation 5, just so I could play the new EA Sports college football game this summer when it comes out. EA Sports makes the announcement today. They are delaying it to 2024. So put that in the landmine column.
God, I don't know. You killed for a lot of people. There are people looking forward to that.
I was looking forward to it, Brown. I'm not going to take back my PlayStation 5 request, though. I'll be ready
You
to
still
go.
want that for Christmas?
I'll be
what
ready.
Are you gonna play GTA on it? Grand Theft Auto?
No, I'll play a little Madden, I guess. I don't know.
Oh, you'll find something.
I'll find something.
World of Warcraft?
Yeah, because I think we've already Amazon ordered that thing. When we come back, Roman Harper talking about the games on the field and what he thinks about Lane Kiffin as a coach as well. We continue the show here, being brought to you in part by our friends at Greystone Chiropractic.
Yeah, and Element Wellness is right there under the same roof in Tattersall Park, just off 280 and 119, right there with Dr. Lee and Greystone Chiropractic. You can see more at elementwellness.me. That is elementwellness.me. Things like IV vitamin therapy, cryotherapy, infrared sauna, red light therapy, where red light is used, low-level wavelengths of that red light to treat skin issues, wrinkles, scars, persistent wounds, may help with circulation, cell production, anti-aging, and much more. You can see all of that at elementwellness.me, elementwellness.me, or visit them right there with Greystone Chiropractic in Tattersall Park, just off 119 and 280 in Birmingham.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
Holly Mack Wilson is not your normal Keller Williams agent. With too many certifications to count, she is now in the top 2% of all Western Alabama real estate agents. That means she's more qualified to help you buy or sell a home, better trained in negotiating the best deal possible, and now can help you buy or sell a home anywhere in Alabama. From Huntsville to Gulf Shores or anywhere in between, call Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or visit hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama realtor.
This is your home. You want a brighter future and a community that's united by action and commitment. And united starts with you. We are United Way. And for almost 100 years, we have served people from all walks of life. That's our united commitment. United starts with you. Give to United Way of Central Alabama.
What are you waiting for? It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. And try your luck on our popular sports parlay. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. And there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama. 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Football season is back and so are tailgates. It's time to win that tailgate with Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his winning team will open up the doors so you can dine in or an easy-to-go pickup when you order at champyschicken.com. At Champy's, you experience southern staples like chicken on a stick and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales that are to die for. Hand-cut chicken tenders and a whole lot more right on your way home or to the big game. Highway 119 in Alabaster. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies, get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Listen, when you're a grown adult, you have to sometimes create your own entertainment. And we do that here during commercial breaks by spinning the color wheel and throwing a gentlemanly dollar on it in the back. Brown is always one certain color, and he just took $1 from me, Forrester, and Lunsford. So there's the payment. So not only is the Pick King getting winners for you on the weekend.
You didn't need it.
I don't need those points. Yeah. I don't need those dollars, man. You know how many dollars?
Don't get ahead of the script,
Rockstar, tell him to eat cake.
Oh, wow.
Very, very confident, Pick King.
Should I be, Lance? Should I be?
You should be.
8 out of 12.
Yeah, I will tell you this, though. When you're a child, though, it's easy to come up with entertainment. Just the best backyard adventure you can have. The best backyard playground you can have is from our friends at backyardalabama.com. Backyardalabama.com. You go to this website, and you look for the location near you. And there, our friends at Backyard Solution will show you the best customer service possible. They will set up your backyard adventure playground. They'll set up an alley-oop trampoline or a goal setter basketball goal, and your kids will have the best childhood ever playing in the backyard. And it's not an eyesore either. These things all look fantastic, including the Backyard Adventure Playground, which you can design. 3D design model they have there. You pick the way you want your playground to look. They do landscaping, maintenance programs. They set it up, take it down, move it, adds value to the home, everything. So go online, whether you're watching in Atlanta, Birmingham, or anywhere else in the Southeast, and look for the location near you. You find that location at this website, backyardalabama.com, backyardalabama.com, 205-408-4FUN, 205-408-4FUN, backyardalabama.com. Let the good times roll for you there. Rockstar, while we wait on Roman Harper, interested to know about golf last night. Did you ever take a swing at Top Golf? Even Taylor got out there and swung a club. Did you ever take one swing?
I did not, because one, I'm left-handed. I don't know if there's any left-handed clubs.
They do. You just got to ask for them. So
and then two, I would swing it like Billy Madison or Happy Gilmore. I would swing it like a hockey stick.
They specifically ask you not to do that.
Yeah, it wouldn't be entertaining. Like, I can't play golf. Sorry, guys. But if you wanted me to, just ask for a left-handed club, and I would have driven it like probably 500 yards. I don't know if that's good.
Taylor, by the way, from her first swing to her fourth swing, had already, the athlete she is, she had already not mastered it, but had shown great improvement in 4 swings. And by the end, she was out driving me. So a fun time last night.
That's a low bar.
Yeah, it is. Bud Light game night last night at Top Golf. We had a good time down there. We'll talk Heisman favorites a little bit later on and everything else that's going on in games and our upset alert in the final hour. But let's talk a little football right now with our buddy Roman Harper. And Roman today being brought to you by our friends at Alabama Power.
Yeah, they keep the lights on. Alabama Power does. You depend on them to keep the lights on and keep you informed when storms come through, as we may have a little bit later this week. They got some great tips preparing for storms and staying safe around electricity if something goes wrong. These tips protect the ones you love the most, could save your life. Visit alabamapower.com/storm for those tips. Roman Harper is with us, SEC Network. He is on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. We're getting a tour through Harp's house right now on the preview screen. We're in the basement now. It's beautiful. What's up, Harp? How are you?
Hey, do you love that old
What's
logo?
up, guys?
Do you love that old logo, that Alabama logo you have in your sweatshirt? Do you wish Alabama would use it more?
No.
No?
Okay.
I don't miss it. I don't miss it like that. Not at all. It is old school, but I mean, it's just cool on a couple hoodies here and there. I got a couple hats with it on. Nothing, we don't have to bring it all out like that. It's okay though. I like the normal current A though.
The old script A. You're a script A guy.
Yeah, I'm a script A guy. I'm completely. I was raised on the script A. This old school is like 80s, 70s. Like I'm cool.
So, what's the most interesting thing you've got in that room?
Let's see. Yeah, I'll turn it around. Let me. How do I change my camera angle? It's probably. How do I change it? Oh, there it is.
There you go.
No, there we go.
Probably. I got my I got Golden Tee here.
Oh yeah.
Pretty intriguing.
Yep.
And then this is probably one of my favorites. Me and Anthony Madison and Jawan Simpson. I got him to sign this. I had an interception. Of course, I got the Rocky stop. This is another 2021 championship poster. And then a guy made this for me when I was going into the Saints Hall of Fame. So these are just little trinkets I got in my room, kind of where I do a podcast at. My old school jersey on a mannequin. That's kind of cool.
Sweet, right there. I like
that. Yeah.
Yeah, and I got a golf a championship belt because I won Mike Tolbert's golf tournament. Me and a couple of my buddies freaking crushed it that day. Drank about 30 beers too on the way. It was a great day. And then I got both of my Super Bowl jerseys up there. So, it's just little stuff, PlayStations in there. I'm just trying to do the little things.
No,
guys.
it's cool.
Oh, and also, my pool table's Alabama too. So.
Yeah.
Rolling with the tide.
Hey, so can you explain what happened in Columbia, South Carolina on Saturday night?
Oh my gosh. So it was crazy, right? South Carolina has not looked that good. They haven't looked that efficient all year long, and they come out and just blow the doors off Tennessee. They had a couple of different pass concepts that Tennessee was not guarding well at all, and they stuck with them. It wasn't like they did anything crazy. When they wanted to take shots down the field, they 7-man protected it, and they kept Spencer Rattler clean, which he has not been protected at all year long. So for him to come out here, only be sacked once on a free runner, only got pressured like twice throughout the whole game. Like that was the real difference in the game. They jumped out to an early start, which normally that has been who Tennessee's been all year long. They got a couple stops when they needed to, but man, Tennessee's defense was horrendous. And I got to give South Carolina, Shane Beamer, that offensive crew a whole bunch of credit, including my boy Freddie Kitchens, who I got to hang out with too for a second, was that Spencer never dropped back one time in that game and seemed confused. Not one time. He knew exactly where he was going from pre-snap to post-snap every single time. And for me, fellas, that was the biggest difference in this game, was that Spencer Rattler's comfortability was off the charts. And for the first time all year long, somebody finally had a couple different answers for Tennessee's offense. They moved in Cam Smith from an outside corner to an inside corner. And they just said, bro, you just go wherever Jalen Hyatt is and make somebody else beat us. And Tennessee really has not had anything but the fastball all year long. It's just two teams have all of a sudden said, you know what, we're not going to let you throw the fastball, or we're going to hit it. We're sitting on the fastball. And can you throw an off-speed pitch? And Tennessee has not been able to do that on the two games that they've lost this year.
Obviously, Alabama fans were reacting watching that. When you see Cam Smith follow one guy. I mean, he moved inside into the slot with Hyatt, and a lot of fans were in my timeline, Roman, saying, why did Alabama keep letting Heupel work a matchup to find Hyatt on the guy they wanted throughout the Alabama game? Why was it not best on best like you used to see old school NFL when you'd move Revis or somebody around to be the best on the best? Why would Alabama not do the same thing?
So Alabama, first of all, Nick Saban's name ain't on my checks, so I can't answer that question for you directly. But like, I would say the same thing. And look, if you watch my show on Saturdays, we talked about that before the Georgia-Tennessee game, was that I would play all these stacks and bunches and what Tennessee likes to do completely the opposite of what Alabama did. However Alabama did it, I would do it completely opposite. I would press the point more. I would also what we do call top hat, where I'm lined up on the guy on top of the ball, but then I'm locking the guy behind him, which was Jalen Hyatt, because that's all they did. They found the matchup that they wanted and exploited it over and over and over again. And Alabama did not adjust. It was a poor. They got outcoached, they got outplayed, and they lost the game because they were undisciplined on top of all those other things. So right now, Alabama's looking at themselves, kicking themselves because they let a couple games get away from them. And a lot of it has to do with coaching, how you're putting your players in position to make plays. And when you see other teams do it at a higher level or better versus the teams that you lost to, it is a little bit disappointing as a fan, and I understand that. And I respect that the fans with those questions. And the coaches should be able to stand up and tell you why they felt a different way to do it or why they addressed it the way that they did. But personally, I'm with you guys. It was kind of mind-blowing to me to see that Alabama never adjusted.
Roman Harper is with us. He is on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Don't forget Johnston RV Center cleaning out their 22s still to make room for the 23s. I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur, JohnstonRVCenter.com. Let's talk about the Iron Bowl, Harp. Alabama obviously is a big favorite in this game. I look at Auburn, and they've got to have some help from Alabama to pull this upset here. But I think Auburn also just can't be this one-dimensional. They have been able to line up and complete single-digit passes and run the ball, almost beat State, beat Texas A&M, beat Western Kentucky. Can that formula work in Bryant-Denny Stadium?
I would say no, just off the top of it, but I've seen crazier things. I remember when Cadillac got hurt and Trey Smith came out there and beat Alabama pretty much by himself from that one crazy day.
Yep.
In the early 2000s. So we've seen some things happen in this Iron Bowl. I don't anticipate that. Nick Saban is normally, under his regime, has not had letdowns like that, and especially since that first season. So I would say no. Auburn can't throw the ball. So Alabama's biggest weakness is they give up big plays in the pass game, and just you don't even know how sometimes. But I'm not gonna go and get on my soapbox on that. That's already frustrating enough. But Auburn, their biggest threats aren't things that Alabama struggles with. So, fighters always, the who they are kind of makes up the fight too, right? We got to always remember that styles make up the fight. So when Auburn is a team that's a run-first team, their quarterback struggles to throw and complete passes with his accuracy and things of that nature, throwing it in the tight windows. Alabama is going to have players in position to make plays. They got to be able to make them. They're a team, traditionally, this defense is not forced turnovers all year long. Auburn's been a team that has turned the football over multiple times all year long. So, it's going to be interesting to see how this thing kind of plays out. But as long as you stop the run game of Auburn, they won't beat you. That's just what it's been. And you've got to be able to protect the quarterback because Auburn's defensive line still is kind of salty up front, and they got some guys up there that can give you problems. Alabama's offensive line has been better this year, but are they truly great? I wouldn't say that.
Harp, Ole Miss has lost 3 of 4. Now they've got the Egg Bowl Thursday night. They're only a 2.5-point favorite. There's a million rumors out there about Lane Kiffin taking this Auburn job. How much do you think him possibly being unengaged has mixed into them losing 3 of 4?
Well, it's funny, I saw the tweet last night that somebody said he was going to take the job. He's going to walk away on Friday. And then all of a sudden I see, because of course Lane is hip to all Twitter, right? Even probably if he's at practice, he's still hip to it. So that he came out and said, "Oh man, I didn't know about this." So it's really weird going back and forth. And you're right, it's more than 1 million, rumors out there. It's probably like 5 million. It's so many out there when it comes to Lane and Ole Miss, and I do believe that he is their number one guy. That they're going to try and offer him more money, more years, bigger program, more exposure, NIL more. And they got a brand new complex. Like all that it's all more than what Ole Miss can offer him. But can Auburn truly offer him the happiness that he has at Ole Miss and the security that he has at Ole Miss, where you win 9-10 games, bro? You're the first one that's ever done that. Like we're good. And also, when you go out or when you live in your own life, when you're not coaching football, we're going to allow you to do that, not be in your business. So it's going to come down to that. I think it's Lane, and then after that, it's probably Hugh Freeze or somebody else. But I don't know personally. I wish I did know, because I just got a phone call from 2 people last night asking me questions, and it's been at least one call a day all week since this past Saturday, especially since they had the lackluster loss versus Arkansas last week. It's like, is Lane still engaged? Is he 1 foot in, 1 foot out? All these rumors are only going to get bigger and bigger and bigger. But Auburn has to hire somebody after the Iron Bowl, or you're going to lose out on a recruiting season, which they cannot afford to do again.
Bryce Young and Will Anderson said they'll make a decision about their future at a different time. They have not thought about anything but the Iron Bowl. But as a guy who played the game, if you were Bryce Young's dad or Will Anderson's dad, what would your advice be after Saturday about their future in Tuscaloosa? Would you opt out of a bowl game? Would you advise them to opt out of a bowl game that's not a playoff game? What would you do, Rome?
It would be very interesting. I have already brought this up. I think it's going to be a question that it's necessary, and why would you not at least consider it? But it's also a way where you can get some insurance done too for very cheap. And I'm sure if you talk to the school, they can handle it for you. So you don't walk away with nothing. But these are 2 players that generally have not been injured either. So at this point, I looked at doing some insurance my senior year. And my biggest thing was, if I pay this money now, I'm out of money. And I've actually never been hurt before. So what am I doing? Am I saying I'm really jinxing myself by thinking like, all right, if I play, I'm going to get hurt this time? Or am I really these guys have way more draft value than me. Let's just be honest with it. I think it'll be an interesting conversation, but I won't sit up here and tell you confidently what they will or will not do, just because who they are on that team. And that Nick Saban, traditionally, even when these games have happened, their guys still play. So that's what the past has shown me. Is like, nah, they still play. So I will still say that until I see differently. It will be interesting, though, especially if Bryce Young does not play. This Alabama team is a shell of themselves if Bryce Young is not at quarterback.
All right, he is Roman Harper. See him on the SEC Network and ESPN. At Harp41 is where you follow him on Twitter. At Harp_41 on Instagram. Harp, thank you for the time, man. Have a great Thanksgiving.
Hey, man, happy Thanksgiving, man. Hopefully you guys eat well and treat your family nice, and it'll be great seeing everybody. I get to go home myself, so I'm excited to be back in Prattville. So
Prattville, Alabama. Here Harp comes. All right, buddy. Safe travels.
All right, fellas.
Thank you. Roman Harper with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, 334 indicator, JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Before I run through what happened in basketball last night, go ahead and tell us about JohnstonRVCenter.com and the savings they got right now.
Yeah, they do. As I mentioned, clearing out the 22s, make room for the 23s. You can see more right there online, JohnstonRVCenter.com. Huge savings. Like basically Harrison Cardinals, up to $36,000 off on remaining closeouts. JohnstonRVCenter.com.
UAB last night beat USF 80-65. Most points scored against USF this year. A really good defensive team. Ladarius Brewer got the Blazers out early on. Jelly Walker had 15. Brewer had 14. Javion Davis with his biggest game yet, 14 points, 8 rebounds. It's UAB and Georgia today, 3 p.m. CBS Sports Network. I do not know the betting line on that one.
I was about to look it up.
UAB is 6.5.
I would take UAB and give the points in that one first.
Probably would too. I stayed away from it.
Yeah, I like UAB a lot in that one. Arkansas demolished Louisville. Great game tonight. Is it tonight or this afternoon? I think it's 7 o'clock tonight. Arkansas and Creighton will be a fantastic basketball game if you want to watch that one, and some basketball news there.
Dana Altman had both those jobs at one point.
He really did, didn't he?
Yeah, he took the Arkansas job for a minute and went back to Creighton, didn't he?
Yeah. He sat in the chair behind his desk one time.
Didn't like it.
Would not say the woo pig suey.
Yep.
Our friends at Hemp Hill will, if you wake up today and you don't like the way your things are cooling, heating, or plumbing, draining right there, the folks at Hemp Hill can make it work for you. Adam, Chad, and the team there will fix it. They'll fix it right, and they'll fix it the first time. They've been doing that here in Birmingham for a long time. The Hemp Hill name has been trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill services for your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Call them up, 205-229-2090, 229-2090. And remember the name Hemp Hill there. What you guys are saying about NIL money with Bryce and Will Anderson over in the chat room and Rockstar's viewing menu when we come back right here on The Next Round.
Follow Sean Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074. Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org. America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
After years searching for a classic jacket that was functional in the field and the city, Tom Beckby couldn't find one he liked, so he decided to make his own. Since designing that first jacket in 2015, Tom Beckby has continued to draw inspiration from natural settings to produce classic outdoor equipment with time-tested rugged materials. Visit the brand new Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village, a local business with the goal of outfitting you for the outdoors here in Alabama and wherever the road takes you. Mountain Brook Village or online tombeckby.com. That's Tom, BECKBE.com.
ERA King has the new Guaranteed Move program, which lets you compare instant offers with open market offers so you can choose how and when to sell your home. You can close with a quick cash offer, no showings, and no open houses, or you can explore multiple offers through a traditional listing. Available only through ERA King. Guaranteed Move puts you in control. Visit movewithking.com or text MOVE to 35620. To learn more, that's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Thanksgiving is here, and let the New York Butcher Shop be the place to get all of your holiday meal items. Their premium turkeys are fresh, free-range, and hormone-free. The New York Butcher Shop also has a wide selection of chef-prepared side items to help save you time in the kitchen. Pick up a bottle of wine, and your meal will be complete. Turkeys are selling fast, so place your order today. 2 locations to serve you, in Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, Be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
Back with you on the next round as we continue on today. Our next guest is not until 12 noon Central. Ronnie Brown. We'll work in some phone calls with you and comments at the top of the hour, 205-734-0923, 205-734-0923. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at MyBookie. We've talked about the changing point spread line in some big games this weekend. And the big point spread upset we saw today when Saudi Arabia won today, beating Argentina 2-1 at the World Cup, the biggest upset in World Cup history by the numbers from folks like MyBookie.
MyBookie.ag has a no-strings bonus that lets you cash in and cash out quick. When you sign up for free, use promo code NEXTROUND on a deposit of $50 or more and can receive up to $200 in cash instantly in your MyBookie account. Using the bonus is simple. You bet your deposit amount just one time, and you're ready to cash out. No strings attached. MyBookie.ag. MyBookie.ag. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. Only with MyBookie.ag. And you can get that promo code NEXTROUND. Promo code NEXTROUND. Minimum deposit of $50. The maximum amount is $200. So all you do is sign right up there at MyBookie.ag. Promo code NEXTROUND.
Michael asking the question, with NIL money now, do you think more kids like Bryce and Will be more apt to stay another year to win a championship since they are getting paid? What are your thoughts, like Oscar Tshiebwe of Kentucky, who bypassed the chance to be a first-round pick, to stay and make an enormous amount of NIL money?
Yeah, I think it'll happen, especially if you have personal goals like winning a national championship. And I think we all agree the most talented quarterback we've ever seen for Alabama is Bryce Young, but it's hard to say he is the best in history if he doesn't win a championship. You know, reports are Bryce is making around $5 million this year.
But from a pure financial standpoint, you're choosing potentially here to take that $5 million to try to win a championship, but risk 6 times that, 7 times that.
Yeah, if you have a career-ending injury.
And that is a highly unlikely thing, but it does happen.
But let's don't kid ourselves. The more football Bryce Young plays, the bigger opportunity is for his draft stock to go down. Right? It can't go any higher than where it was. I think it's gone down just a notch or two.
I still saw the other day number 3 overall.
Okay.
So he's still considered
if he's still
a top 5
guy, nothing is lost yet. But if he comes back next year and now he's in the draft with Caleb Williams and some other people next year.
Well, look, I don't think he will, because I think he looks around that wide receiver room.
That's right.
He doesn't have a Jamison Williams. He doesn't even have a John Mechie. So, you know, the numbers aren't as good as he is. Those numbers probably aren't going to be as good as they were last year, even next year.
Yeah, this really wasn't about a Bryce or Will debate, but the way you brought it up, I wanted to.
No, but I think ultimately it will happen. I mean, again, Tshiebwe is an example of that. These guys that like school, that have personal goals as far as at that level, and they can still make a ton of money, you'll have some guys come
I
back.
guess my point was, it's never going to make financial sense to do it. It makes more financial sense now than it used to, because used to you got nothing legally. I don't know what you're getting illegally, but you got nothing legally. Now a guy like Bryce Young or Tshiebwe can make $3 to $5 million, so it makes more financial sense. But it's still, you're never going to make it make financial sense. You're talking about a top 5 quarterback. I think that first year contract's going to be, or that first contract's going to be $35 million. And there's a chance it's going to get torn up and redone if you have any sort of success.
But your second or third round guy, maybe so. Those people aren't really making a ton of NIL money anyway.
I mean, I'm trying to think of an example of a guy that might do that. I mean, what is an example? Like, where would Hendon Hooker get drafted?
Well, let me throw one out. Henry To'oTo'o.
Okay.
I think Henry's probably a guy that's made. He's probably coming up on $1 million in NIL.
Maybe.
And I'm guessing he's probably a late second, third round guy.
Where do you think Hendon Hooker's drafted? Where have you seen him? Have you seen him projected anywhere?
I saw him on one first-round mock a couple of weeks ago, but now with the injury, who knows?
I mean, that's what scares me. You just heard what he just said right there, and that was a normal football play. Didn't get hit in a game where you're way behind, and
that knee was going to pop at some point, somewhere, sometime.
That's right, but it's better financially for you if it pops in the NFL than if it pops in college football.
Sports medicine is so good now.
It's incredible.
That's why Jamison Williams was still a first-round guy.
Yeah.
Javon Quinley was back on the basketball court last week after 8 months.
And I saw it over there. Kevin says in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat, football is a different animal than basketball, highly more likely to have a catastrophic injury.
doubt.
Football, ask Lattimore from South Carolina. I'll never forget where I was. I was at the New York Butcher Shop right here in Cabo Heights when that play went down.
It's one of the saddest plays in college football history.
Because
that kid was a player.
You have players that have these devastating injuries every year, but you don't have something like that shuts you down for the rest of your career, really.
It's Rockstar's viewing menu every day. It's brought to you by our friends at New Life Art.
New Life Art, bringing memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. And Dunaway, honestly, I've got to pull our special
While
this
you
week.
do that, Rockstar, tell us about what you're watching tonight, brought to you by New Life Art.
Well, on Hulu tonight, this Chippendales thing, there's been so many specials about a murder and the Chippendales. Well, now they got a new series out with Kamal Najati. Welcome to Chippendales, the origin story of Salman Steve Bandari, an Indian-American entrepreneur who started the stripper troupe Chippendales. So this is now a scripted series where, they've released so many things about the damn Chippendales. I'm just curious what the
it's
fascination
weird.
is.
I worked for a guy that was a Chippendale dancer back in the 70s.
Do you still have his number?
I don't.
Okay, that's fine.
Don't. No, it was at a detail shop, which was really random.
Yeah, I bet it was.
And then finally, 11 p.m. on HBO tonight, the re-airing of the 2022 Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction. Inductees include Dolly Parton, Eminem, Carly Simon, Duran Duran, Lionel Richie, and Judas Priest.
Have you heard of a what?
Go ahead.
Have you heard of a performance from there that blew the doors off?
No, I have not seen. I haven't seen. I know everybody loved Dolly Parton.
Okay.
She refused it last year, and then she accepted.
That's what I was about to say. The rave reviews is that Dolly Parton was really good in that, and there was some really, really good performances. I love watching that every year.
That's a lot of inductees for 1 year.
It really is.
It's just a little overwhelming.
Yeah. How long is the show? It's usually 2 or 3 hours.
2 or 3 hours.
Yeah.
But
I always love the backstories, the videos they put together. That's what Rockstar is watching tonight. Brought to you by our friends at New Life Art.
Yeah, and game week for the Iron Bowl, free Iron Bowl Gold Open Edition book with any $20 purchase. Iron Bowl Gold relives the 41 years of the traditional Iron Bowl at Birmingham's historic Legion Field. Each game is depicted on an original watercolor painting by renowned sports artist Daniel A. Moore, documented through articles from the Birmingham News and described by commentary from legendary sportscaster Keith Jackson. No code needed. Free gift will automatically appear in your shopping cart when $20 has been added. DanielMooreArt.com.
All right. We'll talk more about the college football playoffs, the Heisman race, the Iron Bowl, and Lane Kiffin possibly to Auburn. Everything that's gone on with that over the last 24 hours. The show being brought to you in part by the official tequila of the next round. It's Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila, the world's first clear multi-age tequila. Dobel Diamante, aged in a new European oak barrel, double filtered to remove the color while producing crystal clear spirit and character and smoothness. Crystal and clear in appearance, smooth and crisp on the finish. Over ice with a touch of lime or however you drink your tequila. It is Maestro Dobel, perfect for sipping or mixing.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Is that the sound of an ooey gooey cheesy crunchy slice of P-I-Z-Z-A? Obviously. But as good as that sounds, we think it can get even better. Oh yeah, that's the sound of a freshly opened fizz-filled Pepsi. The only thing that can take this flavor medley of crunchy dough, mouth-watering cheese, and savory sauce to the next level. How about another bite? Pepsi and pizza sound like a match made in heaven and taste even better. Pizza, better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239 Equal Housing Lender.
Thanksgiving is here, and let the New York Butcher Shop be the place to get all of your holiday meal items. Their premium turkeys are fresh, free-range, and hormone-free. The New York Butcher Shop also has a wide selection of chef-prepared side items to help save you time in the kitchen. Pick up a bottle of wine, and your meal will be complete. Turkeys are selling fast, so place your order today. 2 locations to serve you, in Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and for their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF provides the information to help clients and families understand the results of injury. AHIF helps access available resources and provides services and programs which meet the unique needs of individuals with traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injury in certain programs. Find out how you can help at ahif.org.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. You're not average, and the New Balance Birmingham store has the shoes and apparel to perfectly match your unaverage self. If we were all shaped the same and had the same level of fitness, and if we all walked and ran exactly alike, well, then I guess an average shoe store selling average shoes would be just fine. But you deserve better. At the New Balance Birmingham store, our specialists will match you with a custom pair of New Balance shoes that fit you perfectly. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store. Your feet will thank you.
The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantsstore.com and follow the Pants Store on social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, this is where your daughters and wife want to shop because of all the in-style fashions made especially for them. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Start your day on our website, nextroundlive.com. The morning rounds give you the top links to the stories you need to see before going to lunch with your buddies. At nextroundlive.com, you can also watch and listen to the show live, or download our top podcast and shop in the Next Round store. New arrivals, new downloads, new shows, new contests, all on one website, nextroundlive.com. Make it your homepage, nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Second half of the show starts now. As always, this hour of the show brought to you by Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. Perfect this holiday season for some parties. You got family in town. You don't necessarily want to cook all the time every day. You always do it on Thanksgiving and Christmas Eve or Christmas Day or New Year's Eve or New Year's Day, but you don't want to do it on December 22nd or December 28th or November or whatever. So Champy's Chicken's so close, and they can throw out the big spread for you. Or if you just want to go by for lunch or dinner today, Sterling and the crew will take care of you. Champy'sChicken.com, open on Highway 119 for lunch and dinner today. Wonderful home as well for the Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. It's Champy'sChicken.com. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, the rest of the crew here with you as we go to the second half of the next round here with the Iron Bowl coming up this weekend. Let's jump into headlines brought to you by Precision. More on Precision in a second. Here's Will Anderson asked yesterday if this is his final game at Bryant-Denny Stadium, what it has meant to him.
Assuming you
go to the NFL after this. Just how special is it to be the Iron Bowl in your final game at Bryant-Denny, and how much are you looking forward to that?
I'm looking forward to it as much. We was just joking about it in the weight room last game. Me and Henry got a chance to actually just sit down and just take a look at the whole stadium, and we were just laughing about it because it's like, this is what you dream about as a kid, playing football in the backyard with your friends and everything, and you get in these moments like this, and, it's just a dream come true, but it's been a really blessing. I got a chance to meet a lot of great people and build a relationship with them, and that I hope it lasts forever.
Yeah, I will tell you that there's one thing that's undefeated in life, and that is time. And there are some things that go fast. John Samuel Schenker, who joined us earlier this week, the Auburn senior, said it flew by. Brown asked him the question, does it seem like it flew by? And what did he tell you, Brown?
Yeah, and he's played more games than any player in Auburn history. So if it flew by for him.
It's interesting, and we've always said this. I mean, part of the concept of time is the older you get, you've got more time on this planet, so it seems to go faster. College, it did last a long time for me because I was there 6 falls. But that time crept by. And 6 years goes like that now.
Yeah, and with you, if you're Will Anderson, or just somebody who watches Will Anderson play, to think that Saturday is his last game, maybe in a crimson uniform, but definitely his last, all due respect to the bowl game coming up, the last meaningful game, a rivalry game with Auburn, his last time in Bryant-Denny Stadium, maybe the same for Bryce Young. I mean, those are snapshot careers in college in what you hope will be a long-lasting NFL career. Other news out there, last night, John Sokoloff, a reporter in Mississippi, reporting that Lane Kiffin would accept the offer to be the Auburn head coach. There's the tweet he sent out on Friday after the Egg Bowl on Thursday night. Lane Kiffin trolled him back and responded by saying that it's news to him. Lane was asked throughout his news conference several things about the rumor of him taking the Auburn job. Rockstar cut number 11, Lane Kiffin, getting asked if he's concerned about those rumors distracting his team and his players going into the rivalry game with Mississippi State on Thursday night. Here's Lane Kiffin.
You sound like your guys are very confident and good at backing out of that kind of outside noise, and you seem confident in them. But you not having conversations with them, is there any part of your mind that thinks that might be concerning because it might turn into a distraction on a rivalry week if they see it all the time?
Yeah, I mean, I think about that. I've asked our coaches, do you think that is an issue? They've said no. Like analytics, we study the past. I mean, we played in the last game at FAU to conference championship, and that morning ESPN leaked that we were the head coach at Ole Miss, and the entire team knew, and went out and won by 40. So, and these same, questions were there the same week that we were one play away from beating Alabama. So there's not much analytics to show that would matter about player performance.
Very different. Very different.
But we didn't mention last week against Arkansas. Well, now to recap what we started off the show with, Brown, you have some thoughts about maybe Lane's representation, the discussions they've had with Auburn, and where we are in this whole situation. Just your perspective, as someone who follows this pretty closely, where are we in the Lane progression and everything that went on last night?
Well, it certainly got weird last night, but I mean, I just think it has all the hallmarks of Lane. Now, I would have approached this differently, but I'm not Lane Kiffin. Lane does it different than most people. I think probably the play here was to just remain quiet. Don't fire back at anybody. Just remain quiet was probably the play, but Lane doesn't really do that. That's not how he's wired. So by firing back, he never denied that he's taken the Auburn job. Not one time in anything he sent out last night did he deny that he's taken the Auburn job. But I think all he's trying to do now is buy time and try to get this thing past the Egg Bowl. And Auburn, I honestly think, would prefer to get past Saturday. I don't think Auburn wants this thing out. Even though I have talked to some people at Auburn, just around the program, I'm not talking about anybody inside the athletic department, but people that like the idea of having this announced Friday so that Saturday on CBS, maybe Lane Kiffin's, I don't know if he's in the booth with Gary and Brad or
joins them on the phone.
Joins on the phone or Zoom or whatever with Gary and Brad during that game. As
a commercial, as a national television commercial.
Now, there's a lot of other people at Auburn that are like, come on now, this is, Carnell Williams is one of ours. We've at least got to make it, at least give him his moment in the Iron Bowl. So that's why I think most people at Auburn would prefer this thing get to Sunday. the way the clock is ticking right now, it's going to be hard to imagine this thing getting to Sunday without something at least breaking from one of these two sides, if not both.
But back to the comment and him saying the outside noise. Well, Florida Atlantic, ESPN leaked that we went out and won by 40. There's an expectation that, okay, you win a conference championship, you're getting a better job. Now, I think we all agree, like, Ole Miss might be in a better spot. Historically, Auburn's the better program. But if I'm an Ole Miss, player, booster, fan, I'm pissed off because he's going what is viewed in some people's minds as a lateral move.
No, and in division.
In division, yeah. Very different than going from Florida Atlantic to Auburn.
You're saying a realistic Florida Atlantic player realized this was always a possibility. A realistic Ole Miss player probably didn't think this was a possibility. Although if you look at Lane's history, he's had a lot of jobs. I mean, if you come to play for him, I think you look at it and say, this guy's bounced around a little bit. Not always by his choice, but, he's had a lot of jobs. So that's just it's realistic with Lane that, the guy could move around a little bit. He's been successful. He's been a failure. It's been both the reason, but he's had a lot of jobs.
Those are our headlines brought to you by our friends at Precision Sports, getting you back in the game.
Our friends at Precision want to remind you that 'tis the season. Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics. Tweak your shoulder, maybe pulling down the attic ladder, or injure your elbow working out. Call 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
This is not football. It's basketball, but it has just been announced by the NCAA. Have you seen this? Their next 8 national championship sites.
So we're going 8 years out
that is
where
correct.
We're going to play the national championship in college football?
Yep. Well, I think some of these had already been announced. Let me back that up. I think they added to the list.
Okay.
So we know the next 8. Yeah, that's on me. I apologize. But the most significant part of this, they only announced 27 through 30, so we're out 8 years. Yes. 28 is Las Vegas, Nevada.
Yeah, figured it was coming.
Yeah,
which is interesting. That's an interesting turn for the NCAA.
Yeah, they're to Las Vegas in 2028. I thought we may get there sooner. It's the Super Bowl we're having a hard time with because of that convention, or is it?
No, I think that's the national championship game.
Right.
Yeah.
So wasn't it already on the schedule and we moved it to Houston?
I thought Atlanta was the move, but I could be wrong.
Yeah.
But they want to try to play the national championship football game up there. But Lunsford told us, I think it's the CES convention or something.
Yeah.
The Consumer Electronics Show or some crap like that. Yeah, that's what Lunsford says.
So Houston, Phoenix, San Antonio, Indianapolis again.
It's there a lot. I think they do that every 4 years, 3 years, something like that.
Detroit, Las Vegas, Indianapolis again, and Dallas.
Detroit.
Yeah, Detroit's it's a weird one.
Why would you not, like with Nashville, we saw the renderings of the new potential dome.
Probably need to have it built before you sign on.
Yeah, but they'll get it eventually.
Going out 30 years, but if you're just following Houston, you call that an SEC footprint?
I mean, it's close to Texas A&M,
yeah. Phoenix?
Nope.
Pac-12?
Yep. Yeah.
San Antonio?
Big 12, Big 12 probably.
Indianapolis, Big 10. Detroit, Big 10. Las Vegas.
Pac-12. I mean, that's where they played their football championship.
Man, I can't.
Indianapolis back in the Big 10. Dallas, Big 12. Not a lot of SEC representation there for the national championship in the footprint.
Real quick, Lance. By the time, though, that 25 rolls around, San Antonio is SEC footprint because Texas will be in the conference. So San Antonio and Dallas technically are SEC footprint with Texas coming in.
That's a great point.
I don't know about you guys, but I think my coldest moment in 2022 was us walking out of that Airbnb, getting on our Johnston RV to go do the final show that week. And
that's only because you weren't with Dunaway and I when we left the stadium the night of the game.
Yeah.
that might be the coldest I've ever been.
But my point there is I just don't understand. I've always said this with Super Bowls and with championships, and I know politics play into it. But why you want to send people to a cold weather city?
Yeah, as I sit here and look at this, I mean, I hate that Alabama or Auburn is not in Los Angeles this year because Houston, Phoenix I enjoy, San Antonio, Indianapolis, Detroit, Las Vegas, Indianapolis, Dallas. There's not a lot of joy in those trips for a fan, in my opinion.
I mean, I've heard San Antonio's cool. I've never been.
I enjoy the Phoenix. I enjoy Las Vegas on that list, but Houston and San Antonio and Indianapolis and Dallas I've done a couple of times. I enjoy my trips to Dallas.
Yeah, I look in Indianapolis might have been fun. Everybody raves about that city, but not when it's 8 degrees.
No, it was a terrible time to go there. I hate it because it is a good city.
I think what this tells you is that the major bowl games, right, are going to be a big part of the playoffs in the semifinals and maybe even the quarterfinals. Because you look at this, Houston's not a major bowl game. Phoenix technically is with the Fiesta. San Antonio is not. Indianapolis is not. Detroit is not. Las Vegas is not. Indianapolis is not. Dallas is with the Cotton Bowl. So really only the national championship's only going to be played in 2 locations that have a major college bowl game.
Now, this is basketball.
Oh, is this basketball?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought we were talking football the entire time.
I did too.
Yeah.
Oh.
You'd said football, I thought.
Did I say football?
I think you said football.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is
Is
basketball.
everybody confirming I said football?
Well, the guys back
No, I
there
said
say
this
no.
is not football. We're going to basketball. I did say that. Yeah.
Yeah,
No, this
okay.
is basketball.
Okay, I was right there with you. I thought we were talking. Yeah.
Yeah,
We
well, then
were
I-
6 minutes in.
then I don't care
Yeah.
about the basketball
Yeah.
Final Four. We move on. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken, where you can get chicken on the menu there today. Chicken, no burgers at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. Champy'sChicken.com, right there, Sterling and the crew there. The college football playoffs, which is what we were talking about, the college football playoffs ranking show comes out tonight. Here's how we would vote if we were on the selection committee. It is Brown's ranking, Lance's. I'll go first. I flick Ohio State back over Michigan. I had Michigan at 2 last week. I'm just worried about Blake Corum not being 100%. So with Blake Corum's not 100%, I like Ohio State at 2, Michigan 3, TCU 4, SC is 5 for me, LSU is 6. Why do you have SC at 5, LT? Go. Give me your rankings.
Oh, no, that's, I've got Georgia at 1. I've got Ohio State 2, Michigan 3, TCU 4, SC 5. I feel like SC's a little bit better than TCU, but they're undefeated. So I've still got to, hold them accountable for that. And I move LSU up. I know what Tennessee did to LSU, but I can't get out of my mind what I just saw from Tennessee.
Okay, Brown, why do you have Tennessee? Explain your rankings there.
And we discussed this yesterday. You and I discussed it Saturday night. I don't know where Lance is on this. Tennessee beat LSU head-to-head. I got them in front of LSU. I think it's pretty simple, cut and dry. Yeah. I don't know how else you do it. They're both 2-loss teams. Tennessee, they literally played them in Baton Rouge, ran them out of the stadium. That's why I've got Tennessee in front of them.
Yeah, I think I'm just still shocked by what happened.
Oh, I'm stunned by what happened. But there again, I saw that game, though, Tennessee and LSU. I mean, literally ran them out of Tiger Stadium.
I don't think it matters. I think
it doesn't matter because if LSU wins out, they'll jump Tennessee.
Yeah, I think we're down to 6 teams.
So you're pleading insanity? Is that what you're doing on your poll? If we're in a courtroom, you're like, I'm not guilty for reasons of insanity. I'm still in shock.
All right, Spencer Rattler has thrown off this entire football season.
Can I? He really did, didn't he? So all of us have Michigan third. Do all of us believe that Michigan falls below TCU and USC as long as TCU and USC win?
If Ohio State wins that game by 14 plus, yeah.
Okay, so if it's a tie.
So ask the question again so I make sure I hear you right.
Okay, we're talking football right now.
Okay, yes.
Okay, Michigan is third.
Yeah.
Do we believe if TCU and USC win the rest of their games that Michigan falls below them?
TCU for sure, and that's where the discussion becomes USC with 1 loss and Michigan with 1 loss. The whole playoff discussion comes down to USC versus the Michigan-Ohio State loser to me.
Well, see, and I look at that and I say USC, A, is a conference champion, which that gives them 1 point, however you look at that, 1 data point, I think is what they say, that Michigan cannot have. So that's 1. Number 2, who's got the better resume in your mind, USC or Michigan?
I think USC would have better wins, but Michigan has the better loss. USC's loss is to a 3-loss Utah team on the road. Yep. Michigan's loss is to an unbeaten Ohio State on the road.
I hope to goodness we give more credit to wins than we do losses.
Well, I'll tell you what's going to happen here is Michigan was in last year, not being a conference champion. If that's the way it plays out, and SC is, they want a Pac-12 team. A Pac-12 team has not been in this since 16. They want some West Coast flavor.
Yeah, I think the Tide would go to USC in that
I would
situation.
agree, yeah. So I think with a Michigan loss, if USC or either Michigan or Ohio State, doesn't matter. I ask you that, Ohio State, what if they lose at home?
See, it's a different – I mean, Ohio State's a different look. It's got Alabama, Georgia-like street cred. People look at the roster and say, oh, that's one of the best rosters in the country. We're going to keep the best roster in the country on an even playing field. 1 loss, out. Now, that's a home loss, not a road loss.
That's right.
And I think that is judged differently. And I don't think it's a given that Michigan is out over USC. Michigan was a playoff team last year.
Mm-hmm.
And, we're going to start penalizing people Now, Michigan had I think is the second worst out-of-conference.
Terrible out-of-conference schedule. Terrible.
Okay,
Yep.
so you can be penalized for that. But I can't be penalized, I personally don't think, for the rest of the Big Ten sucking. I mean, how can you hold me accountable if I'm Michigan if the rest of the Big Ten sucks? And USC's out-of-conference game is a built-in rivalry game with Notre Dame. And who else have they played out-of-conference?
Out of conference, Fresno, and Rice.
Their quality wins are coming by the fact that the Pac-12 is a better conference top to bottom this year than the Big Ten is.
Yeah, that should matter.
Yeah, look,
but why am I going to be punished if I'm Michigan? I can't coach the other people.
I hate it, but conference, the strength of conference has to play into this.
I say that about Gonzaga every year. I said it about Boise back in the day.
And I think you've made the same argument about the SEC before, right? That it's a better conference, so those teams should be viewed different because they're in a better conference. I think it's got to play into it.
I'm just playing a Michigan perspective
Okay.
here. How can I make the rest of my conference better?
You can, but you're going to end the season if you lose to Ohio State with one top 25 win. That is it. Penn State. That's it. One top 25 win.
Yeah.
What does that do for me?
And Clemson can make the same argument, by the way. They're not mentioned in this discussion mainly because they got drilled by Notre Dame. But if that game had been closer, a road loss to Notre Dame, Clemson would be punished by the fact that the rest of the ACC is sucking this year.
And if USC does, in fact, win out, they are going to finish the season with 4 top 25 wins.
Yeah, because the
4-1.
Pac-12 is a better conference top to bottom.
Then you've answered my question. I put USC in. I mean, I think if you make that argument, then, yeah, USC had 4 top 25 wins in a tougher conference. Michigan had 1 in a lesser conference. I got to go USC there.
Trash is coming up in the next segment. Dr. B is making LT's hair look great. That hair will be on display tonight at Walk-Ons on Highway 280 when we hang out with our buddy Aaron Suttles. He's got a book signing there at 6 o'clock tonight. Dr. B can make you look fantastic.
Yeah, Dr. Beckenstein, the best in the business. Got results back of that second hair analysis a couple of months ago. Hair's already 14% thicker. Still pretty early in my treatment. Just started the second phase. Already have significant growth. Dr. B pioneered the use of NeoGraft hair restoration in Alabama. Remains at the forefront of hair preservation in the Southeast. Go to T3hair.net. That's T3hair.net. Dr. B takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce those quality results for more than 20 years. Women and men have turned to Dr. B for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. You can call today, 205-319-0316, or go online, T3hair.net.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
All the coaches I talk to believe you win championships in all 3 phases of the game. And the same is true with my friends at Wayne's with pest protection, termite protection, and lawn care. The website is callwaynes.com. Remember the promo code TNR for big savings. With the cold weather coming, the pests will be trying to break through your defense and come inside. You can save $60 right now off of Smart Pest by using that promo code TNR. So go online to callwaynes.com or call the phone number 866-WAYNES1 and remember the promo code TNR.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. For one of Birmingham's best beer selection since 2016, come check out our friends at the Beer Hog. With 64 local, regional, and international craft beers on tap, there is something for everyone. Plenty of TVs to watch all the games while you enjoy some of their fresh-baked pizzas and delicious appetizers. The Beer Hog also has wines on tap and a full bar with great signature cocktails. Don't forget about the large selection of packaged beer and growlers to go. Follow us on Facebook or just stop by the Beer Hog located 2408 Pelham Parkway.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Holly Mack Wilson is not your normal Keller Williams agent. With too many certifications to count, she is now in the top 2% of all Western Alabama real estate agents. That means she's more qualified to help you buy or sell a home, better trained in negotiating the best deal possible, and now can help you buy or sell a home anywhere in Alabama. From Huntsville to Gulf Shores or anywhere in between, call Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or visit hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama realtor. For more than 40 years, Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear has been providing you and your family the best in Western wear. From boots to apparel, this family-owned business has it all. Jack's carries such name brands as Dan Post, Justin, Twisted X, and now has the only area shop within a shop in the state of Alabama. Visit Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear every Monday through Saturday. I-65, exit 304 in Coleman. Just look for the big red building and follow Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear on Facebook and Twitter.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
We were just talking great lunches at Odie's. Great place to head out to for lunch and also trivia on Wednesday nights.
Yeah, tomorrow night we got Odie's Team Trivia. Always a lot of fun. Not only that, tomorrow night, nobody's working on Thursday. It's Thanksgiving. Rockstar will be performing afterwards. Is it you, Will, and Dayton?
Yeah, Will's dating Rockstar. We're playing, and we got a bassist this time, Doug McCrary. We got a bassist for Wednesday night. So we got a full band.
Yeah, so come early, enjoy some of the great food from Rodney Davis. We're going to be doing some Bud Light specials out there. 30 years Rodney Davis has been cooking up the great food. Come out tomorrow night, though, 8 o'clock. Enjoy some ice-cold Bud Light. Go see Will Haver and that great staff, Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
Eddie Robinson finalists for the FCS announced. That includes Deion Sanders, of course, at Jackson State, Rich Rodriguez of Jacksonville State, and Chris Hatcher, who has played Samford into a top 6 national seed. And Chris Hatcher will get a chance to host Samford's first ever FCS playoff game. So looking forward to seeing Samford, not this weekend, they get a bye, but next weekend getting a home playoff game in the FCS. Congratulations on those finalists, 16 of them for the Eddie Robinson Award there. Also, the Broyles Award finalists announced, several names you're familiar with. Alex Golish of Tennessee, can't argue with the job he's done as the offensive coordinator.
Not at all. You do wonder, a little bit like you did with Levy and Lane Kiffin, how much of it is him, how much of it is Josh Heupel. Yeah. You'll never know that, I wouldn't think, till he's out from under him.
LSU defensive coordinator Matt House, I'd have him slightly ahead of Golish right now, maybe?
I think I would too.
I mean, I guess. I don't know. I mean, that Tennessee offense was awful good.
Georgia's Todd Monken is on the list, the Broyles Award finalist. A couple of names outside the SEC. Oregon's Kenny Dillingham.
That's the most amazing when you want to talk about an image rehab. I mean, when that guy left Auburn, it looked like he didn't know crap about offense. And they have been really, really good.
Would love to have an honest conversation with him and how that relationship with Gus was.
Yeah. I think I think he's on the Broyles Award list.
And TCU's Garrett Riley's, Lincoln's little brother's hot commodity right now.
Yeah, should be, man. And that's one of those guys that there's a good chance he could get one of these smaller jobs this year. Like, would you be shocked if Georgia Tech was in line?
Maybe not. I just wonder if his next move is like replacing Bill O'Brien when Bill O'Brien's going next year or something like that before he gets another job. Like, would you?
Yeah, I would feel more comfortable being an offensive coordinator at Alabama than taking over Georgia Tech.
How old is Garrett Riley?
Oh, I think he's young.
He's a younger brother
of Lincoln.
Yeah. Who's still fairly young.
Yeah, I mean, Lincoln's in his early 40s, right? So I think Dunaway, if I'm Garrett Riley, if I were advising Garrett Riley, I would say, listen, if you can get an Alabama-like job or if Todd Monken takes a job.
33.
He's 33. I know 100% tell him this. Don't take a job right now. Go to one of those places. You'll look like an absolute genius. You're playing with a better roster than anybody you play every week.
And you would get a better defensive, you go as an OC one more time and get a better head coaching job than you would if you leave right now. Okay.
Yeah, and you're going to make a ton of money, first of all, but you're going to get a better job being the offensive coordinator at Alabama or Georgia, or if Dillingham takes a job, go to Oregon or somewhere like that. You'll get a better job out of that than you will right now.
You end up, now TCU's a playoff team, so I don't know what more you can do at the next level, but I understand what you're saying. And you're to the point that some of those programs, they're almost paying their coordinators the same salary or more than you would get in your first head coaching job at some places.
Yeah. I mean, Georgia Tech's going to pay more this time. I don't know. That's what I would advise him to do, because now you're 35. You've got an Alabama or Georgia or somebody like that on your resume. And if you're successful there, which all their coordinators have been, I mean, you'll get an amazing job.
Yeah. We've got our upset alert coming up after we talk to Ronnie Brown in the final hour of the show. It is time now, as it is every day at this time, to do Trash with LT. Hit a rock star.
Father of two, Dale Decker, suffers from a rare and seemingly incurable condition that leads to him suffering up to 100 unwanted orgasms a day.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, and surging interest rates might be weighing down your decision to buy a home, but Mortgage Right has a program that can lift the burden. If you're looking to save money on your new mortgage, temporary interest rate buy-down may be just what you need. Mortgage Right's temporary buy-down program lowers your initial interest rate during the early years of your mortgage, giving you a chance to save money in a more demanding housing market. With a variety of buy-down options and experts nationwide, Mortgage Right can help you purchase your home with the best possible interest rate. Rates are on the rise, so is it more than wise to consider a temporary interest rate buy-down? Visit mortgageright.com/TNR. Get started today or call 205-815-9200. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. We start first. A man was arrested Sunday after he allegedly walked into a Manassas Pizza Hut and cooked food while threatening employees with a knife.
So he walked in and cooked his own food.
Yeah. What he did.
Do we know if he cooked pizza?
I'm getting there. Police officers...
Put it down. Everybody put it down. I'm taking over the kitchen.
They responded to the Pizza Hut on Saturday, November 12th, to investigate an armed robbery. The investigation revealed a man had walked into the store, past the service counter towards the kitchen area. While in the kitchen, the man retrieved food items from the freezer and began cooking them before lifting up his shirt, revealing a knife to an employee. Now, the man then took the unpaid food items and left the business. While in the parking lot, the accused brandished the knife towards another employee who attempted to confront him. The man was known to the employees. Following the investigation, police obtained arrest warrants for David Malera, 22 years old.
I would have to think the Pizza Hut kitchen has better knives than this guy. But am I wrong about that?
Well, they're saying that they know. Well, they have the slicer.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm guessing because it says they know him. He's an ex-employee because he obviously knows his way around a Pizza Hut kitchen.
Yeah. What's his last name?
Malaria or something.
Malera. So he likes to put a little Malera sauce on his pizza.
Oh God,
that's awful.
A woman went viral on TikTok after sharing how she was late to her doctor's appointment because a customer ordered 38 drinks at Starbucks.
Oh God. And he'll have, and she'll have.
Wow.
He wants.
How much do you think 38 drinks at Starbucks were?
That's probably what, $5 a head?
Oh, at least.
$200.
Yeah, and then how many of them are specialty orders? This or that.
You left the whipped cream off that.
That's a great point.
Video was recorded by Jocelyn as she filmed the counter of Starbucks location she was in the clip. Numerous drinks in the drink carriers on the counter, from frappuccinos to coffees. According to Jocelyn, she was, quote, late to her doctor's appointment because somebody ordered 38 individual drinks. In the background, baristas are making even more drinks. Jocelyn added to the caption, quote, "They were doing their best. My drink took 25 minutes." I felt bad. I went to a local, I'll just say somebody was making sandwiches.
Okay.
And it literally took 28 minutes to make 3 sandwiches.
But all 3 were yours? Were they backed up with like a takeout or something?
There was a girl in front of me. She had gotten 2 sandwiches.
Right.
And I could tell he was slow at that point. I almost decided I'm just not going to get this sandwich.
Yeah, that would have seemed like to be the play there.
Sorry, sir. I'm a perfectionist.
28 minutes.
I got to put this tomato on just right.
That's what these tomatoes are not cut the same slices, same sizes. Throw them out.
Yep.
Cut
Start
them
over,
again.
please. Start over, please.
The Starbucks, she says, I'm late for my doctor's appointment. At some point, you've got a problem. Maybe you want to see the psychiatrist if you're late for the doctor's appointment because you're still waiting 20-something minutes for your coffee. Get rid of the coffee, go to your doctor's appointment, and circle back later.
Missouri man has pleaded guilty to robbing a local Bank of America branch using a demand note written on the back of his own birth certificate.
That's very smart.
And
That's a good
while he
play.
was wearing an ankle monitor related to a previous case.
Yeah.
When I show you his mugshot, it's one of the greatest mugshots I've seen.
Oh,
in a
this
long-
is a great mugshot.
Yeah,
Hold
it's-
on,
All right.
hold on. Now,
Okay.
the device, the ankle monitor, easily placed him at the scene of the crime.
Yeah, they kind of track those things, don't they?
Did it all, he admitted to the authorities to, quote, prove a point to his lover. Though it's unclear from court records precisely what point he was trying to make, investigators determined that Michael Lloyd, at 30 years old, had used his black Dodge Ram pickup truck as the getaway vehicle. Lloyd said he threw his birth certificate and ID out the window as he fled, according to the complaint. That makes sense. He said he began passing police cars driven by officers who responded to the robbery.
Hey, guys.
Became scared, started throwing the money he received from the teller out of the window of the truck. The court paperwork says he texted his roommate and told her to tell the police that her truck had been stolen. He also started to listen to her police scanner. If you got a police scanner, is that a little sketchy?
Yeah, I mean, if you're not like in the news media or whatever, I had I think it was an uncle that had a police scanner one time, and I always thought it was cool. Now, you didn't get a whole lot of calls in Calhoun County, but
$754.
Cow guy hit or
is
something
all
like
he got.
that.
$754 is all he got.
Okay, no, this guy's a brainiac,
He
right?
was trying to prove something to his
Lover.
His lover.
I don't think he's crazy. I think he's fine.
He proved that he's dumb.
That's crazy Shane Beamer.
No,
He's got
it's,
some
it's
Pollock,
crazy
too.
David Pollock.
Yeah, he got some Pollock in him.
He's got some Pollock.
Yeah.
Those eyes. Is that legitimate eyes?
He's got pistachio lips.
And how about that tattoo going right down the center
I mean,
of
is
your
he
throat?
counting Alabama national championships?
like it, yeah.
12, does 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18 go down to his navel?
Oof. Boy, if you came across that guy in the wild.
Look at that guy.
German man said he found nearly found a nearly $4.8 million check made out to the gummy bear maker Haribo, only to get some candy for letting them know. Now, German news outlet Bild reported last week that the man identified as Anwar G was returning from visiting his mother when he found a piece of paper on the ground at a Frankfurt rail station. Upon reading it, Anwar discovered that it wasn't an old piece of litter, but it was a crossed check for Haribo. He went on to say, quote, there was such a large sum on it, I couldn't even pronounce it. Now, the check was from a German supermarket chain, to Haribo for $4.7 million. Anwar contacted Haribo about his discovery. An attorney asked if he could destroy the check and send photographic proof, which he reportedly did. A few days later, he received a box containing 6 packs of Haribo treats.
6 packs.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for saving us $4.7 million.
That's right.
I will say that I like their gummy bears.
The clear one, the pineapple is the best one. Yep.
If they gave him the sugar-free one,
Oh, I've read those.
those tear you up.
Those
I don't know if
reviews,
you can even get them anymore.
Have you actually tried them?
No, I don't think you can purchase them anymore.
He said he was not impressed. He remarked that he potentially saved the company from losing millions. Quote, I found that about a bit cheap, he went on to say. I would agree with it.
Side note here, German companies that have been around since the 1920s or before.
Yeah, 1922.
I see that up there. I always wonder.
Yeah, which side they were on?
Yeah, like what were they doing in the 30s and 40s?
And why does the gummy bear wear the bow tie on the side of his neck?
That's a really good question.
Because it's so big.
It's an aggressive bow tie.
To block his mouth. Yeah,
It blocks his face if it does it the other way.
He's got no britches on either.
He does not.
He's got Winnie the Pooh up the legs.
Nothing but a bow tie.
Okay, I got some. This
just like a Saturday night for you, right?
That's right. Here's my Haribo.
Wow.
So I got this or that questions to ponder.
This or that?
Would you rather lose sleep or skip a meal?
I'd rather lose sleep. I
lose
love
sleep.
my meals. Yeah.
Lose sleep.
I love my meals. I don't get to eat lunch anymore hardly, but as soon as I finish lunch, I start looking forward to dinner. Like the minute I finish lunch.
No, we'll be sitting at lunch. Hey, what are you going to do for dinner?
I know,
it's a normal
absolutely.
conversation.
Yeah, so I'd rather lose sleep.
You don't look forward to falling asleep either, like going to bed?
It just
I
depends.
look forward to that.
Yeah, I don't really
I get
look forward to
excited.
that. It comes whether I look forward to it or not.
Truthfully, I like going to sleep with a full belly.
That's right. I like both of these.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm afraid to text Maggie because I want to go home and eat homemade chili. She's making homemade chili sometime today.
Right.
She brings some up here?
And now I'm going to the Aaron Suttles book signing at Walk-Ons tonight, so I'm having dinner out. So I'm hoping she is working on it right now, making chili so I can have it for lunch. But I'm afraid to text her
I'll
because
text her.
I don't want to be aggressive.
Can I text her?
I'll text
No,
her.
you text her, Rex.
Can we all three text
Yeah,
her?
let's all
Everybody
text her.
but Dunaway
I'll
text
do it
her?
right now.
Okay.
Dunaway wants to know if you're making your chili yet.
Y'all don't spoil my house.
There's zero chance she'd bring us some, though.
She would not bring you some. You know why? Because she doesn't want to enter her chili into a chili contest, which is what that would become. At
It
that
would
point.
be, yeah.
We would pick it apart.
No, it would be. Yeah.
Needs cumin.
Don't act like it would.
Needs more nutmeg.
It would be, yeah. She's right about that.
Okay, here's another one.
Does she put those bay leaves in there? I hate bay leaves in
Yeah, I
chili.
don't like
I'm afraid she does. Yeah.
I'd vote against it.
So you can live 10 minutes away from a mediocre job or commute 2 hours to your dream job.
Okay, say it again.
You can live 10 minutes away from that mediocre job or commute 2 hours to a dream job.
So we've never worked real jobs in our adult life, so it's going to be hard for us to answer this, but I think I'd rather live 10 minutes from a mediocre job.
Okay, so
I mean, 2 hours
this job,
one way?
This job, but the studio's, let's say Huntsville. And you got to stay here, though. We got to live here, but every
That
day.
would wear you
Yes.
out.
It would wear you out,
Yeah.
but it might be worth it.
I don't know, man.
Yeah. Dustin's right, by the way. She would take Oliphant some chili.
She would.
Yeah.
Get some bonus points.
Here's another one. Get lost alone or get lost with someone who annoys you.
Get lost alone.
Get lost alone.
Yeah, that's easy right there.
It's the way I do life, in fact.
Private office or reserved parking spot?
Private office.
Again, I've never really had an office, so I don't know.
I mean, we share. Well, I've never had my own office. I
Yeah.
don't really care anything about having my own office.
I don't either. I think I'd go reserve parking spot. I mean, although that
I guess it depends on the situation. Like if I'm working in New York City downtown,
Yeah,
that's
I mean,
pain in
it's
the
different,
ass.
It's different. I'm just going in my globe right here. We have plenty of parking spots here at Blue Lake. I'd like the private office.
Oh, Jim doesn't like being in an office with us, Lance.
Turn up the
Did
music.
you catch that? Did you catch that?
I did catch that. And finally, would you rather have loud neighbors or noisy neighbors?
Nosy neighbors.
Nosy neighbors, yeah.
Oh,
Same thing, yeah. Nosy neighbors.
I'd rather have loud neighbors.
Probably loud neighbors.
I was looking in your mailbox yesterday. You got
I know.
You got a lot of bills.
Yeah, that's it. Nosy neighbors are going to talk to you.
Yeah.
Loud neighbors, you're just going to hear them.
I can turn the volume up on TV, turn some noise on when I go to bed. Yeah.
Yeah.
Go with that.
Greg from Pell City, Storm Restoration Roofing, makes a great point. I go to work at a different place every day, but there's many days a week. I drive 500 miles a day.
He's listening to us the whole time, though.
500 a day.
And he's representing the brand.
That's right. We like him doing that.
And he's got a dream job. That is Trash with LT today, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Hey, with rates trending upward, save yourself some money, stress, and time by buying your home with Mortgage Right's Lock and Shop program. With Mortgage Right's Lock and Shop program, you can lock in your interest rate before you start shopping for a home. If rates rise during your lock-in period, your interest rate will not be affected. Plus, you'll know how much home buying budget you have ahead of time. Pre-approve your budget. Maintain that 90-day interest rate lock-in period today. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR. Call 205-815-9200. If you're in the Birmingham area, NMLS 2239 Equal Housing Lender.
All right, this hour of the show brought to you by Champies. And here's our Michelson look ahead for the final hour of the show. Ronnie Brown's going to join us at 12 noon Central Time to kick off the final hour of the show. We look forward to talking to him about the Iron Bowl and really about the Nick Saban-Carnell Williams relationship. Remember, Nick Saban drafting a running back at Miami as the Dolphins chooses Ronnie Brown over Carnell Williams. We'll talk to Ronnie, see who he's cheering for this weekend. Oh, we know he's cheering for this weekend.
His former coach.
But we'll talk to Ronnie at the top of the hour. And then at around 12:15, 12:20-ish, it's upset alert time. One of us has been really hot this year and is turned in, I hate to say it, one of my favorite bits on the show is one of us being obnoxious about how obnoxiously good he has been this year. So at 12:20, we'll see if he can live up to the hype. Upset alert in the final hour as we continue on. That's the look ahead, brought to you by Michelson Laser Vision.
Hey, find out if LASIK is right for you. If you wear the contacts or the eyeglasses, you're wasting money each and every year. Make the phone call that I made 2 decades ago, 969-8100. Ask for Amy. She will hook you up with an absolutely free consultation. You've got nothing to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. For more information, you can always go online, michelsonlaservision.com.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member, Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious.
Insurance premiums are increasing on your home, your automobile, and your business like never before. And having just one company as an option can cost you thousands of dollars each year. I'm Tyler Watts with Tyler Watts & Associates. We're an independent insurance agency and represent over 50 companies such as Nationwide, Progressive, Allstate, Travelers, just to name a few. Finding an affordable option with A-plus rated companies is what we do for our clients. Don't be held captive to just one company. Let me and my staff help you today. Call me at 205-664-4444. That's 205-664-4444.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
The NFL playoffs are just around the corner and every game matters. Join us on the next round and Pepsi every Thursday as we preview the upcoming big games in the NFL weekend. Pepsi and the NFL, a perfect match for your weekend.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
The NFL playoffs are just around the corner and every game matters. Join us on the next round and Pepsi every Thursday as we preview the upcoming big games in the NFL weekend. Pepsi and the NFL, a perfect match for your weekend. Holly Mack Wilson is not your normal Keller Williams agent. With too many certifications to count, she is now in the top 2% of all Western Alabama real estate agents. That means she's more qualified to help you buy or sell a home, better trained in negotiating the best deal possible, and now can help you buy or sell a home anywhere in Alabama. From Huntsville to Gulf Shores or anywhere in between, call Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or visit hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama realtor.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, Be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Auburn, number 13 in the country. What a great gig. If you're a part of the Auburn traveling party, you're in Cancun last night and today. Number 13, Auburn against Bradley, 5 o'clock. There was a time, my teenage years, when Bradley was really good.
No, after that. You were probably in your 20s. When Hershey Hawkins was there.
Hershey Hawkins, right, Bradley. What do they play in, the Mo Valley?
Then they played in the Missouri Valley.
Is it Hershey or Hershey Hawkins?
Hershey.
Hershey? Like this food?
Like the candy bar, yeah.
I thought it was Hershey all this time.
Yeah, maybe it is. Maybe I forgot. He played it for the Sixers.
We're getting an argument back here. We're getting Hershey.
No, it is Hershey. Yeah, okay. Go ahead.
So I would say it's hearsay.
Bradley Braves? Is that what they are?
I think they were.
Yeah,
I don't know
were.
if they've changed.
Yeah, they might have changed.
So Auburn and Bradley, 5 o'clock today. UAB, after beating USF yesterday, 3 o'clock CBS Sports Network against Georgia today. And Arkansas and Creighton tonight at 7. Mississippi State beat Shaka Smart and Marquette last night, 58-55. Boy, right place, right time. Shaka really good at VCU. Disaster at Texas and not trending well at Marquette.
Yeah, that's kind of hard to explain. But, VCU is one of those jobs that looks like a lot of people have had success.
They do, and sometimes when you're that mid-major coach, we've been told this before, you go recruit the guy that nobody else wanted, and that guy plays his tail off to prove you wrong. And you can handle that guy, and you know how to coach that guy. And then sometimes you get to the bigger job, and you're not recruiting that guy anymore. You're recruiting the guy that's going to the NBA, and you just don't coach him that well. It's a different job.
Yeah, MyBookie on all those lines today, mybookie.ag. Remember the promo code that we give you.
Which is next round, and on a positive $50 or more, you can receive up to $200 in cash instantly to your MyBookie account. Now, the minimum deposit's $500. The maximum bonus is $200. So you've got a great deal right there. Deposit that $50, receive up to $200 in cash, and you use this bonus very easily. Bet your deposit amount one time, just one time, and you're already ready to cash out. No strings attached. MyBookie.ag. MyBookie.ag. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. To get that bonus, use promo code NEXTROUND when you sign up for free at MyBookie.ag.
Paul, in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, I drive from the Woodlands to downtown Houston and back daily. That's hell. Pull up on the map, Brownie, the Woodlands to downtown Houston.
Well, I just know Houston traffic overall it's terrible.
Compare it to Atlanta traffic. Is it worse than?
Well, look, I've only been to Houston a couple of times. I went for a Super Bowl, and that might have had something to do with how bad the traffic was, but it was complete gridlock.
Yeah, I think Super Bowl week probably impacts traffic. Like in Qatar, I'm sure traffic is up. Yeah. Well, probably not.
The Woodlands is outside the perimeter there, but I bet I don't think it's a long drive. I just think it's traffic. Good golf course out there at the Woodlands, by the way.
It is?
Oh, yeah.
What's the name of the course?
The Woodlands.
The Woodlands.
Yeah, it is. The Woodlands
How'd they come
Country
up
Club.
with it?
They were talking about what we were discussing in trash, the dream job or the mediocre job. 10 minutes to the mediocre job or 2 hours to the dream job. I mean, 2 hours in Atlanta, that basically is just a normal suburb commute sometimes. Right?
Our friend Poochie that lives in Atlanta, I was talking to him. He was trying to go somewhere here in town, asking me how long it would take. And I said, dude, you drive in Atlanta traffic. It's not going to be that bad. And I told him, I was like, that's 75, 85 where they merge going towards the downtown. I've 2 a.m. been driving that and sit still. I mean, it's awful right there.
Yeah, Tom, who's also listening out in the Houston area, that's a 2-hour commute. I live in West U by Rice to get there.
Jeez, we got a lot of Houston listeners.
Yeah.
Hello, Houston.
At least 2 in Houston today.
You guys should meet for coffee.
You're already driving.
Yeah.
Let's get those hot Texans takes ready to go in the next segment here. All right, so we've got the playoff selection rankings that come out tonight, and then rivalry weekend, the championships, and then that Sunday we get the final rankings. If you had to guess right now, the 4 playoff games would be who? Are we staring Georgia versus USC, TCU versus Ohio State, Michigan winner? Is that where we're staying?
I just don't trust TCU and USC right now with just how this season has played out.
Several people in the chat room keep saying you guys act like TCU and USC are not going to lose.
Oh, I'm not acting like that at all. That was just the discussion if it happened. No. I think there's a really good chance one of those two lose, if not both.
This week.
Okay, let's say USC and TCU both lose a game before we get to the final selection Sunday.
Does Clemson win?
So you got a path. Clemson wins out. Clemson's in.
I think at that point you've probably got Georgia.
Georgia beats LSU.
Okay, Georgia beats LSU. I think you got Georgia.
Ohio State, Michigan winner. Maybe the loser.
Probably
and Clemson.
the loser at that point.
And Clemson. Yeah.
That seems fair.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if this Clemson team deserves to be in the playoffs, but, at some point you got to have 4 teams. That's how Cincinnati got in last year. And if with the kind of attrition you just described, it's good for Clemson.
No way Alabama, no way Tennessee back into the conversation.
Tennessee's interesting because I don't think so, because it was such a one-sided loss. But, you would also have to evaluate the fact that they'll be playing without Hendon Hooker.
Man, that's one of the reasons I didn't have them in the top 6.
Yeah.
Completely different football team without him. Alabama, there's probably
I'd take a ton of chaos.
5 pieces of chaos, yeah.
Yeah.
Only 5?
Yeah.
I can cheer for 5.
Well, I mean, first of all, I'll give you one. I don't know if you're considering. I think Oregon would have to lose. I think a 2-loss Oregon conference champion might be in front of Alabama.
Possibly.
Yeah.
Possibly.
Even with what Georgia did to
them? I mean, that was the first game. Well, I think a lot of people would say, hey, first game, first coach, give him a break.
Here's how I can lock it in. Georgia wins.
Okay.
Ohio State blows Michigan out.
All right, so Michigan's out of it. LSU's out of it.
TCU loses. They probably have to lose back-to-back.
Okay, TCU's out of it.
Yep. Clemson would have to lose.
Okay, Clemson's out of it, yeah.
That's North Carolina.
That's a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot.
And or South Carolina. Yeah.
Any of the Carolinas.
Yeah, all the Carolinas would help some. It's just a different time when we're sitting here this time of year, and there's really no path for a number of teams here. It seems like we're locked in. We'll see what the selection committee says a little bit later tonight. By the way, former West Virginia AD Shane Lyons, who lost his job earlier this year, has returned to Alabama. He was there in a high capacity 2011 to 2015, so he's familiar with Nick Saban's program and how things are done at Alabama. Greg Byrne hires him back to Alabama. He'll be the executive director of athletics, right below Greg Byrne. So a good move for Shane Lyons coming back to Tuscaloosa. World Cup soccer continuing. Mexico and Poland are in the extra time now, approaching the end of a 0-0, a 0-0 game. And earlier today, Saudi Arabia upset Argentina in the biggest upset in World Cup history. The Americans play England early Friday morning, the day after Thanksgiving. Well, actually, it's Friday afternoon, right around lunchtime.
I think it's a noon kickoff.
Yeah, so a noon on Friday for the U.S. and England after the draw yesterday. That'll be a big match there as the World Cup continues in Qatar. When we come back, Iron Bowl conversation. Ronnie Brown is next with us. The lock of the day every day is brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill Services. LT, tell us about Hemp Hill as we make our way to the top of the hour.
Yeah, when something's not running right, draining right, or flowing right, disaster can strike at any moment. That's why you need to call our friends at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemp Hill, the ones I trust to fix it right the first time, always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
You know that sound anywhere. It's the crisp crunch of that first nacho chip. With its perfect cheese to sour cream ratio sitting atop a layer of delicious beans, it's a sip away from perfection. That's what we're looking for. Add a delicious, refreshing Pepsi and we've achieved absolute nacho nirvana. Because while you can pile those nachos high with every spicy, cheesy, savory topping, there's no topping a cool Pepsi finish. Nachos, better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. You're not average, and the New Balance Birmingham store has the shoes and apparel to perfectly match your unaverage self. If we were all shaped the same and had the same level of fitness, and if we all walked and ran exactly alike, well, then I guess an average shoe store selling average shoes would be just fine. But you deserve better. At the New Balance Birmingham store, our specialists will match you with a custom pair of New Balance shoes that fit you perfectly. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store. Your feet will thank you.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com. Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with walk-ons.
Hey everyone, John Lunsford here, and make sure to join Jerry Young and myself every Thursday afternoon at 1 p.m. for Next Round Preps. It's an in-depth look at all the various big high school football games going on across the state. We'll recap the week before and we'll preview the week ahead. Plus, we'll talk bracketology, recruiting, and other big headlines across all high school sports. That's every Thursday during football season at 1 p.m. on YouTube, nextroundlive.com, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Final hour of the show. We've been waiting to have a conversation with Ronnie Brown. We will do that. Remember, Ronnie Brown picked by Nick Saban ahead of Carnell Williams.
Come on.
Who is he cheering for this weekend? We'll talk to Ronnie in just a second. Redmond Vodka, Redmond Distilling. Charles Barkley's company, part of the show.
Yeah, locally owned and operated. As you mentioned, Barkley, one of the great faces behind Redmond Vodka. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmond Vodka is made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, no harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled. Available at your local package, including Pink Package and the Beverage Place, both open all day Thanksgiving, by the way. In ABC stores, pick up a bottle today of Redmond Vodka.
All right, Ronnie Brown, the Auburn great, now sideline analyst on the Auburn Sports Network. You'll hear him for Bryant-Denny Stadium with Stan and Andy and the gang on the Auburn Sports Network throughout the nation. He is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What is up, Ronnie? How are you?
I'm good. How you guys doing?
Doing awesome. Thank you so much. I mean, people bring up the fact that Nick Saban passed to Carnell, I remind them, as a Dolphins fan, Ronnie, I remind them he drafted Ronnie Brown. I mean, let's not act like it was a huge insult to Carnell.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you look back at it, you could always say he passed on a lot of people. And Aaron Rodgers, like, being one of those guys. And so there are a few people kicking themselves. But, I think a lot of people say that, but you just never know how it unfolds, if you were selected in that position. So
go back.
Usually the earlier you get drafted, the lot more work there is to be done.
Go back to those years in Miami when you were playing for Coach Saban. You got one really good story that's kind of off record?
Off record.
Nothing's ever off record. That's number one rule. Not really. I mean, I think we all saw where he made the young man cry during training camp. That was a big one.
Was he that intimidating, by the way?
Not really, man. I think it's from the outside looking in, it is. And if you don't know him, you don't have a relationship with him, then it can be a little bit intimidating. But if you know him, you do what you're supposed to do, then you generally don't have any problems. And unless you're on the staff or you're part of the faculty or administration, then, obviously there's always something that could have been done better. But that's just how he is as a person.
This Auburn team seems like it's having so much more fun after the pressure of playing for Brian Harsin was taken off with everything that was going on around the program, around Coach Harsin. One of my images of this season will always be you on the sideline getting caught on camera, having a private moment with the quarterback, with Ashford. What was that moment like? What made you decide, hey, I'm going to run over there and offer a little advice?
Well, I think for me, the reason I took, this gig when I first retired from football, because of, the opportunity to still be around the program, but more importantly, to be a mentor to a lot of these young men, from being in that perspective, being in those seats, understanding that perspective. It's a lot that I wish I had known when I was back in college. And so just being able to share that advice from the perspective of, now being an older former player. And so just in the moment, I just felt like there was an opportunity to have a conversation with a young man who, is obviously growing, trying to figure it out, and just may not understand the magnitude of the moment at the time. And so just trying to have a conversation with him about, how it looks, his mindset, being the quarterback, being the leader of this football team. Someone's always watching. And so just kind of, pretty much just sharing that with him.
Ronnie Brown is with us, the Auburn great, now part of the Auburn Sports Network, on Twitter at Ronnie23Brown. Ronnie23Brown is where you follow him. You'll hear him on the Auburn Sports Network for Bryant-Denny Stadium with a 11:30 airtime, 2:30 kick Saturday for the Iron Bowl. He's been a different quarterback since then, though, Ronnie, and you never know how a guy is going to respond to being pulled from a game or benched or whatever the case might be. The way he's responded to that, though, is that the type of thing that wins a team, wins a locker room, when you see a guy who gets benched, he doesn't sulk, he comes back in and he plays his tail off the way he has?
Yeah, and I think, one thing that you can never question is his effort. And so I think that as that leadership, even good or bad, however, the performance is, you can't question the effort. And so guys respect that. And obviously we all have a lot to grow. A lot of areas to grow in, especially as athletes. We could always have room for improvement. More importantly, as the quarterback, where everyone understands and sees when you make a mistake. And so since that moment, I think it was a teachable moment, and I think we have those in life. And so, for him, I think that was a moment where he grew. Obviously, I think since then, he's been able to, do a better job of that. And, guys see that in the locker room. They respond to that. And so just kind of seeing that attitude along with the work that he puts in, I think he's, done a better job, and the guys around him are starting to see that.
Well, Cadillac's energy, how much does that play into the effort from this team right now?
It plays a huge amount. And I think it's from, not anything against Coach Harsin, but more importantly, I think life is about relationship, right? And so for Carnell, someone who understands the importance of relationship, but also more importantly than that is his ability to be able to think back when he was in those specific seats, at Auburn, and I think there's some relatability to with those young men, even being early in his career as a football coach. You've heard him say it, many times, hey, man, when I first took this job, I was scared as a puppy. And so, a lot of these young men, coming into college, looking for an opportunity to make it to the next level, there's a lot of similarities there. And so you connect with that. And so just the energy, the honesty of that and having those conversations, rarely, if you look across the country, like, do you hear a coach say, I didn't know much about this? It's the bravado that, I think you don't acknowledge your, inefficiencies. And so for him to do that, give credit to the staff, the players, the coach, that's not something that you see a lot. And so I think the relatability, the honesty, I think it's connecting with a lot of people and not just Auburn people. I fielded a lot of calls from different people, even Alabama fans have, mentioned stuff on sites and stuff talking about, they would play for him because of the energy and what he brings and what he stands for as a person.
You guys were fantastic at running the football when you wore the Auburn orange and blue. He becomes the head coach. All of a sudden, it's a unbelievable commitment to running the football. Were you guys those type players back in the day in the huddle? Where you'd go back and try to call the play for Jason Campbell and the offensive coordinator? Let's run the ball. Let's run the ball. Call my number, because Carnell's the coach now, and my goodness, he's calling the running plays.
Yeah, I mean, it was a mindset, and that's what football is mostly about, is having that mindset of being the aggressor, being proactive rather than reactive. And, he and I always felt like it's a great time to run the football. And even when you can't run it, throw it to us. And so he takes that same mindset. And obviously, he's old school in the way that he carried the football, the way that he approaches the game, the hard work, the attitude. And so that's where he's coaching from. And it's organic. And I think that's the other thing that the guys see. Like, he's genuinely being himself. Like, you can only fake this position for so long. And so for him, he's being organically himself. That's how he approached the game as a player. So he's doing the same thing as a coach. And, the response that he's getting from the players, because they, like I said, they identify with that part of it. And, and I think that's the other part of the game that he's familiar with, is running the football. He knows something about that part of it. And so, you would expect that to be, I think the strategy going forward, and, the emphasis being on running the football.
Follow Ronnie on Twitter and Ronnie23Brown at Ronnie23Brown. Hear him this weekend on the Auburn Sports Network from the Iron Bowl. Thank you very much for the time, Ronnie. Happy Thanksgiving to you and safe travels.
All right, thank you. Same to you.
All right, take care. Ronnie Brown with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, 334 indicator, clearing out the 22s, making room for the 23s at JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Oh, Carnell's so energetic, right? And Ronnie seems to be so calm,
low key,
and you see the motivation stuff on his walls behind him as we do the interviews there. They were the perfect combination, right?
Well, that guy ran hard-nosed right there, though. I bet you he can motivate you. I think Ronnie probably just in an office setting is not going to give you that same type of energy, but I love the way that guy ran the football. He would just as well run you over as run around you.
Was it the 2002 or 2003 Iron Bowl where Cadillac took it to the house?
It was 2003 because it was the first play of the game, and that was the game after Jetgate.
Yeah. Go crazy, Kevin.
Yeah, yep. And this was the game right after LSU had beat Ole Miss, right?
No, I don't remember.
Now
that.
You're stretching.
No,
my
but
memory.
I think that was the Eli Manning game, opportunity to go to.
Oh, really? Those are back-to-back?
Yeah.
No, it was the next week. That was not on the same night, was it?
It was.
Was it really?
Yeah.
I never remember those being on the same night.
Did we have the
I was
Egg
in
Bowl?
Phoenix.
You'd have the Egg Bowl. No, it could have been on the same night.
Yeah, Egg Bowl would have been the rivalry game weekend, right?
Oh.
I mean, I can confirm this. Because the Iron Bowl has moved around a little bit as far as...
I'm positive because I was in Arizona, staying at a buddy's. We watched LSU Ole Miss at a sports bar, and then we watched Iron Bowl.
That
at
was
their place.
November 22nd of 2003. And if you'll give me 2 seconds, I'll tell you when the Iron Bowl was. Because remember, there was a time where the Iron Bowl had the bye week after, right?
Yeah. Why you do that?
Yeah, that was November 22nd. He's right, yeah.
So November 22nd was what now? So
that was both games.
Yeah, LSU beat Eli Manning and Ole Miss at 2:30
on CBS. Yep,
and then I think it was an ESPN.
It was, and that was ESPN, main ESPN.
So Alabama-Auburn took Thanksgiving weekend off.
That's right. They used to do that. Remember before the SEC championship, the SEC came in and said, nope, nobody's doing that. We're all playing the week before the championship game.
That's right. I do remember that now.
Yep.
Because that was, I think that was a Stallings and Alabama plan early on was, if we got to play in this championship game, we're going to take Thanksgiving weekend off.
And Auburn agreed and like, hey, it's fine with us. Yeah, it's a great idea. Everybody, they all thought hey, that Iron Bowl is going to be for a berth in the championship game, so let's take that week off after. And rarely has that Iron Bowl actually been for a berth in the championship game.
Yeah, always interesting to catch up with Ronnie Brown there. Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Ghost Energy Drink. You see the logos and the cans pop up behind us. Don't forget at Ghost Energy. They can get you going, and they do it with all the ingredients right there in the label, nothing hidden, and that's the way all their products are, whether it's inside the gym or inside your energy drink can. It's Ghost Energy from our friends at Adams Beverage. It is a perfect energy drink. We got a new shipment coming up here pretty soon. We'll have one on the desk tomorrow, likely. I'm going to get Brown to try that new citrus flavor.
Yeah, buddy.
Our friends at Ghost Energy Drink. All right, when we come back, we'll do our upset alert. That is still to come. If I asked you a question about Ohio State right now, Brown has said this, and you were not here yesterday when he said this again. Do you feel like they have played their best game yet this year? There seems to be something missing about this Ohio State team.
I would agree. I think there is something missing.
What is it?
I really don't know.
I mean, there are obviously players missing, but I'm talking about something beyond that.
It seems like whoever's running the football for them is still having a lot of success.
Oh, how many running backs do they have? I mean, you're without Travion, you're without Mayan Williams, and then this kid comes in and has a day like he had this past week.
I don't know. There is something off with this Ohio State team right now. And, if they don't play, if they play like they played this past Saturday, of course, I can say that about Michigan too. I've just got a feeling that Ohio State is right behind Georgia as the second best team. We'll see.
I'm just,
I keep waiting for them to flip a switch.
You go back to that Iowa game. They won 54-10. But if you watched the first half, and Iowa's got a good defense, as bad as their offense is, that first half they weren't fluid. Then the next week they played Penn State, and they win 44-31. But they're trailing in that game in the fourth quarter until their defense takes over. The next week they play Northwestern, and it's just crap conditions. They can't throw, but they don't really run on demand either. I mean, that kind of worried you coming out of that game. They beat Indiana, then they play Maryland, and they couldn't put Maryland away. It's like every week I'm watching them, like there's something missing there.
Yep.
But maybe it's just in Klatt. I asked Klatt that yesterday, and he says he thinks we're just holding them to too high of a bar. And I'll say this to Ohio State's defense. I would almost say that about every team in the country. Like, I watched Georgia struggle a little bit at times. Did you watch Georgia, Kentucky?
I'm to the point now that whoever gets in this college football playoff, I think they could win it.
Yeah. I don't think there's a clear-cut, no doubt best team this year. I really don't.
Do we have a guest on yesterday that echoed those same feelings? It seems
I think Klatt kind of did.
I think Klatt did, yeah.
I think this is going to be like the Ohio State year when they squeezed in 14. And I could see, a team that nobody really expects to win this thing. I think everybody expects it to be Georgia or Ohio State.
Yeah.
So Michigan's chance of winning on Saturday in the game. First time since 2006. For you guys don't remember, 2006, they were 1 versus 2. Ohio State won the game, and because we didn't have the playoffs, Michigan was number 3 on the outside looking in. Some people wanted the rematch. The BCS, there was no rematch. They would have been in the playoffs. And we don't know if they'll be in the playoffs this time around. We'll see how it shakes out. But is there a path to victory for Michigan?
Oh, yeah. I mean, Michigan is the more physical team. J.J. McCarthy's going to have to play better, and they're going to have to get some shots up top. And, C.J. Stroud, as you mentioned, that flick or that switch is going to get flicked. It could happen any moment. I mean, they're so explosive. But they are dealing with injuries, and I give Michigan a 25% chance to win this game. I like Ohio State, actually, to win by double digits, but
25%. It's a fighting chance. It's probably not as good as you would want if you're a Michigan person.
I had Michigan last year, though, in this game.
A good call by you. When we come back, we'll see what the Bandit or the King or whatever he shows up as today picks in the upset alert. And we can joke about whatever we want, but 12 games this year, double-digit dogs. Brownies picked 8 outright winners, not just covers, 8 outright winners. We will do our upset alert when we come back. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at Nichols Outfitters.
And Nichols Outfitters, Jimmy D, is right there off I-65 in Pelham. Exit 242 right there in Pelham is where you find Nichols Outfitters. They are cleaning out all the 2022 stuff to make room for the 23. That means select items 30 to 50% off. If you're looking for a holiday gift for an outdoorsman, take advantage of this opportunity to get something great for a great deal. 30 to 50% off select items right now until 2023. Nichols Outfitters, exit 242 in Pelham. Online, nicholsoutfitters.com.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter at RockstarBHM.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Marcus.
Let's just say you can't take America's Dairyland out of Culver's. Like the real Wisconsin cheese on our juicy butter burgers, the farm fresh dairy in our fresh frozen custard, even our crispy golden Wisconsin cheese curds. It may sound cheesy, but we love where we come from at Culver's.
Almost as much as we love sharing it with our guests. Welcome to Delicious.
Fall is here, and fall means football, but don't forget about your yard. My yard is looking fantastic, and it's all thanks to our friends at Wayne's. Because it's fall, lawns are now in dormancy, and yards of the month are made in the fall during the proper shutdown of the growing season. It is important to get the correct nutrients and pre-emergent in the turf and root system to ensure a weed-free and lush lawn next summer. Call Wayne's today, 866-WAYNES-1, or visit them online, callwaynes.com. And remember, first month is free of the EnviroLawn service from our friends at Wayne's. Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Banking is not just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA. For more than 40 years, Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear has been providing you and your family the best in Western wear. From boots to apparel, this family-owned business has it all. Jack's carries such name brands as Dan Post, Justin, Twisted X, and now has the only area shop within a shop in the state of Alabama. Visit Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear every Monday through Saturday. I-65, exit 304 in Coleman. Just look for the big red building and follow Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear on Facebook and Twitter.
Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures.
Couple of places to get great game day wear. We always tell you, first off, Go to nextround.store, nextround.store, and you get your favorite hats, the T-shirt that Brown is now displaying. In fact, Brown, who has
just for this commercial,
he's exactly right. He's been in a zip up, a quarter zip all day long, but now just for this commercial,
that's right. It's hot
he's thrown on his T-shirt.
Yep.
I mean, John Sokoloff is reporting that he is changing into a costume a little bit later on. But John, that's news to Brown.
Great sources there, John.
Yeah, come on.
Great sources.
News to Brown.
Emoji.
Yeah, he is not getting ready for a bit coming up at all.
I would not do that.
Come on. Our friends at the Pants Store as well. If you're not shopping with the Next Round, shop with the Pants Store. They will get you ready for the holidays. All the game day gear, Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, Hoover, and in Auburn. You can see all the location and all the products at pantstore.com, pantstore.com. Your game day hats, your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Meg, Johnny O. Got a friend who's a big Johnny O fan, and Gentile. And, of course, the fashion for the female fan in your life as well. It's the Pants Store, 7 locations, plus pantstore.com. Now, we're going to show you the standings a couple of different times throughout the process. But before we do the open, Rockstar, let's see the standings for the first time. This is our upset alert throughout the year. And if you don't understand how it works, you get 3 points for a win when you get the win outright and they're more than 6.5-point underdogs. 3 points. You get 1 point if you cover or if you win a smaller version, and 0, of course, if your team doesn't cover at all.
My gosh, look at that.
And Brown has all 12 times gone for
7 more, touchdown or more.
Touchdown, 6.5 or more.
Yep.
And he's hit 8 of 12 on those.
That's an amazing run.
Yeah, I'm 5-7, but as you can see, I did little bunny layups.
That's right.
A couple of
just
times.
3 yards in a cloud of dust.
I'm big game hunting. It's not working.
That's right. I'm Hail Mary every time. Yep.
Yeah. So it's been a blowout. There's no other way to say it. It has been a flat out blowout this year by Brown. It has been so impressive. But let's do the upset alert for week number 13 now. Rockstar, the open, please.
The Baumhauer Spotlight.
Sound the alarm. Woo, woo. College football's upset alert.
And it's brought to you by
our friends at Baumhauer, celebrating 40 years. Make sure you get in, go see Bob and the great group there. Incredible food, the first to bring the delicious taste of wings to Alabama back in 1981. 40 years, 4 concepts, 14 restaurants later. Bob's still serving up great food and hospitality to the people and visitors of Alabama.
All right. So start us off, LT. What do you have for us? You still working on the draw?
Okay. I got it. I'm just adding the number.
He's gone. He's found something he can draw, and he's morphing it a little bit more. I like this. I've seen a quick glimpse.
Oh, wow.
Look at
That's a good one, Lance. Going against TCU again.
Yeah.
We're going against TCU again. You know, we got the cover last week against TCU. I actually was on UAB. I was kind of off on that game, losing 41-10.
Right.
But I did like Baylor a lot, but it was an 11 o'clock game, so I stayed away. But Iowa State, I mean, TCU's always in tight games.
Yeah. Hold that up again. And we got to save it here because little T out there, Taylor wants to take a picture and send it out of y'all's amazing drawings that y'all do on a weekly basis.
All right.
So Iowa State for LT. Mike Elko, what can you say about Mike Elko?
He ought to be ACC Coach of the Year is what I can say about him.
Yeah, he's done a great job in 1 year.
I've got 2 7-4 teams in mind. Wake Forest, who has hit a little bit of a skid here late in the season, as they go and they play the Duke Blue Devils this weekend. They're at, what's the name of the stadium at Duke?
Wallace Wade.
Wallace Wade Stadium. It's a very small place to spend Saturday in the
Saturday. That's what they played for you.
Yeah.
Plus, Jim's money and his wife go to Duke.
Exactly right. My money and my wife go to Duke. Plus 3.5. I'll take the Duke Blue Devils.
That's a good one, Jim. Great drawing.
Duke Blue Devils plus the 3.5 versus Wake Forest. If you're wondering, Rockstar, how much blue ink is in a blue dry erase marker?
About that much?
Say all of it.
Yep.
Good to do this one and the edges here, and it runs out in the middle, and now we need a new blue marker.
Yeah, but that one looks good. You've done a nice job there.
Yeah, it's the first time I've tried.
Right.
And that's all I could do.
Yep.
Standings one more time, real
we can
quick.
see the standings,
Just
please.
the standings one more time.
Rockstar, we need to see it.
For no apparent reason. Yep. Brown is leading the way 8-4, 5-7, 3-9. I went, again, a small number, trying to just get a win to sort of, I want to end 7-7 on the year. That's my goal. So I can't get the points total, but I'm trying to get 7-7. So I did a little layup this weekend, just trying to get a layup, to get a point as we look at those standings there.
Keep them up, Jim, for one more second, please.
What more can you say about the standings? I mean, I can look up the upper left-hand corner and see where the U is a uniquely shaped U in our upset alert.
What do you weigh?
It seems like we're cutting off a little bit of the U there, but the standings are pretty amazing. And that's a long look at the standings there.
Yes,
3-team standings, a long look.
Rockstar, what are you laughing at? All right,
we're almost there.
Brown go? He left.
We're almost there.
Yeah.
All right, we're now ready for Brown's pick this week.
Jim, this has been
collar.
Huh?
That left collar. Your Dickies.
I don't know what's going on here.
Rockstar, what?
Your Dickies all cattywampus.
Oh, Jim, could you fix my Dickie, please? Yes.
Touch his Dickie.
Yes, if you could please fix my Dickie.
Let me tuck your Dickie in.
Yes, tuck my Dickie in. Thank you.
Where's your horse?
Huh?
They're outside the Tammy and Lynn. Oh,
yes,
horse.
Jim, when we came here to America in search of two things, religious freedom and college football winners, we found our religious freedom there at Plymouth Rock, and we found our college football winners this year from the next round. So we are very thankful. We are very thankful for the picks that the next round has brought us this year. We have made many coins that we now owe to England. One day we'll fight against those taxes, and one day we'll win. But right now, the next round has helped pay England's taxes with all of these beautiful winners. Are you men thankful for the winners today?
So thankful. I'm so thankful.
So are you
I'm
thankful?
thankful for you.
Yeah, as bad as I've been, I'm really,
Yes,
I'm uncomfortable.
You're what?
I'm uncomfortable.
Why are you uncomfortable, sir?
I like how the accent changed. Keep
Yes,
going.
sir. Why are you uncomfortable?
You're very polite.
Are you
I
not
like that.
thankful for these winners,
Yes,
sir?
yes. I want a slice of that turkey.
Huh?
I want a slice of that
We'll
turkey.
cut the turkey in a moment, my friend. Let's talk turkey right now, though. Because this weekend we've got a Big Ten matchup. Where have we made our boatload of money this year? A Mayflower full of money.
Oh, have you really?
And which
Oh, the Big
conference? sir?
Ten.
The Big Ten.
Ten,
Yeah.
yes. So we're going back there. Back there to the Big Ten, I tell ye. We're going to the Big Ten for a Big Ten winner.
Oh, are we looking for the old golden spittoon? Is that where we're
No
going?
golden spittoon, my friend.
Okay.
There is no golden spittoon. I think they do play for some Big Ten trophies this weekend, though.
Sounding a little bit Irish.
All of a sudden,
All over
Lucky
the place.
Charms.
It is quite difficult to stay in this accent,
hard.
as I have learned, my friend. Yes, we're going back to the Big Ten, and I am thankful for this game, I tell ye. Thankful. Yes, I am thankful for this game. It is Nebraska and Iowa. If they were playing on the Mayflower, I would tell them, would you please hold it down? But I'm going to give you a winner instead. Nebraska plus the 10.5. It is my Thank You America lock of the week. Rockstar.
We don't need those ye points.
No, Rockstar, if you would please wait for your turn in the script.
Apologize.
Yes. Rockstar. They give ye 10.5 points.
Ye can shove that up. We don't need the
We
ye points.
don't need ye 10.5 points.
One day we'll take those points and throw them into the
We'll
harbor.
throw them right into the harbor, my
don't need
friend.
'em.
We do not need them. They'll go right in the harbor. It is Nebraska plus the 10.5. Or Thank You America. Cut up the turkey. Get off the Mayflower. Here's the Plymouth Rock Play of the Year.
Who are they playing?
They're playing Iowa. Iowa, no offense. Nebraska's got no defense. Iowa's got no offense. Ye not need these points, my friend. Ye not need the 10.5.
All right, that is Brown's Lock today. Brought to you from Plymouth Lock, dare I say.
My God, that would have been so good. I didn't think about it.
Can you imagine? Hey, where are we playing the game? You're like, oh, hell, we got to play the damn game on the Mayflower?
I would tell them, hold it down, please.
Remember, when you're moving those bags of money from Brown's Picks into your bank account, use Mayflower Moving. Not even a real sponsor. All right, that's our lock. It's Nebraska there, and I've got Duke, and LT has Iowa State. Three teams that we usually don't watch a lot of football.
This would be an awful game. I've got.
Yeah, that's
I think. Well, Duke's having a really good first season.
7-4. Yeah.
Who's been more disappointing, Nebraska or Iowa State? I mean, I know Nebraska fired their coach, but
I would say Nebraska because I expected more out of them this year. I thought Iowa State would take a step back. I didn't know if it would be this big of a step back, but they've been Iowa State of old. They have not been on the radar. I've not seen one play of Iowa State football.
I have, but they miss Breece Hall.
Yeah.
I mean, we were seeing how good he was with the Jets before he went down with an injury.
Do they miss Brock Purdy?
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, he never really got better, but better option than now. Baumhauer's Alabama hot chicken. Bob's own personal recipe now keeps it locked away. Baumhauer's bringing you the newest and greatest featured item: fresh southern fried chicken breast smothered in a tangy blend of lemon, boosting herbs, spices, honey, apple cider vinegar with a spicy finish, served up with a side of homemade smoked Gouda cheese grits, Miss Mary's southern greens and garlic bread. Pick it up for lunch or dinner at Baumhauer's Victory Grill.
Yeah. Anytime Adam Schefter is texting during the show, our Adam Schefter, Ryan Brown's got some news we'll tell you about when we come back.
That's
possibly.
not true. No.
Please do it in character. There's been a Yee trade.
Yee Lane Kiffin.
So you have no news?
No news. I was just double checking.
Okay, just checking.
No news.
Okay, Brown's checking. We'll see if he gets a response in the commercial break. We'll get back into Lane Kiffin and what went on last night, all that coming up on the show. That's being brought to you in part by our friends at Baumhauer's. Thank you, Baumhauer's. Enjoy your Thanksgiving. 30 more minutes to go right here on the next round.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at Scott Forrester TV.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. You're not average, and the New Balance Birmingham store has the shoes and apparel to perfectly match your unaverage self. If we were all shaped the same and had the same level of fitness, and if we all walked and ran exactly alike, well, then I guess an average shoe store selling average shoes would be just fine. But you deserve better. At the New Balance Birmingham store, our specialists will match you with a custom pair of New Balance shoes that fit you perfectly. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store. Your feet will thank you.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
When you have questions about your urological health, count on the healthcare experts at Urology Centers of Alabama. With 16 locations and a team of specialists across Alabama, you can find help you need from a trusted UCA physician. Get started at UrologyCentersAlabama.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at New Life Art. Daniel A. Moore has completed his original full-color oil painting honoring Bryce Young, Alabama's 4th Heisman Trophy winner. This painting depicts the memorable Heisman-worthy go-ahead pinpoint pass to John Mechie in the corner of the end zone as the Tide dismantled the Vaughan, Georgia defense in the SEC championship game this past year. Use code TNR for 15% off. You can order online at danielmooreart.com.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing, locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531 or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
It's time to start thinking about employee holiday gifts. Consider getting your hardworking guys a pair of Red Wing boots. Each day your employees are on the job site helping your company succeed, so reward them with comfort at its best. The Red Wing mobile shoe truck can visit your shop and fit your employees with a great selection of boots. Or Red Wing gift cards can be purchased at your local Red Wing store, available in all amounts. Whichever program you choose, your employees will appreciate the quality, service, and selection from Red Wing shoes, and they'll also be thankful they have such a great boss. Reward your employees this holiday season with Red Wing shoes.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and for their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF provides the information to help clients and families understand the results of injury. AHIF helps access available resources and provides services and programs which meet the unique needs of individuals with traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injury in certain programs. Find out how you can help at ahif.org.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies, get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store, that's nextround.store.
Sound of the Iron Bowl will be brought to you today by our friends at Gutter Cap. More on Gutter Cap in a second. First, Derek Hall, one of the leaders of this team. He's been very vocal since he has been at Auburn. He's one of their playmakers. Derek Hall on the mindset of Auburn entering the Iron Bowl Saturday, 2:30 in Tuscaloosa. Here's the Auburn leader.
Lay it all on the line. I mean, we win. We get a ball game. We don't. We fought for Auburn. We have nothing to lose. And, I mean, like you said, we are playing with house money. We just go out and put our best foot forward and, go out and put ourselves in position to try to win this football game, be in a dogfight for 60 minutes because, I mean, that's what it takes. In the Iron Bowl, score don't matter, record don't matter. None of that matters. It's about who wants it more that day. And, like I said, the Iron Bowl is the best college football rivalry ever. I'm sorry. So to be able to have the opportunity to go out and play in that game with these guys is going to be good.
Lay it all on the line. Win, it's a bowl game. You lose, and you at least fought for Auburn. It's a really good mindset. Now, serious question here. Do you think, are you more likely to believe Auburn pulls the upset this week or last week? And last year, be honest, that Auburn last year at home against that Alabama team with the way that Auburn team had looked offensively and the way that Alabama team had looked, or this year? Which one did you truly believe had a better chance to win the game?
Neither, but if I've got to select, I'm going to take last year just because it's in Jordan-Hare. Yeah, crazy things happen there.
I always take it at home, but I thought last year's game, I don't remember what the point spread was last year.
It was pretty heavy.
Yeah, about what this is, you think?
I don't think it was that big, but...
Oh, I think it was at least 21.
Yeah, I mean, I just remember, Lance, going into last year's game, just thinking Alabama would run them out of the stadium. Auburn couldn't move the football last year. They're moving the ball better now than they were at this time last year. I mean, TJ Finley had Auburn's offense just bogged down. At least Ashford gets the offense moving sometimes.
If this game Saturday was in Jordan-Hare, I think this completely different thought about this game.
20.5 last year.
Okay.
In Jordan-Hare. 21.5 in Bryant-Denny this year.
So roughly the same.
Yeah. Seems weird that it's roughly the same, but that's where we are.
Yeah, I would say, I'm always going to go Jordan-Hare over Bryant-Denny if I'm looking for an upset. Auburn has not played a close game. The 2014 game was a little weird. Auburn obviously had the lead, and then Alabama blew them out in the second half. But they really haven't played a close competitive game start to finish since the comeback. I mean, that's been a long time ago.
24-22. Last year, Alabama wins it in overtime. Cut number 5, Rockstar. This is Bryce Young in his takeaway of that win last year.
Last year's game against Auburn was obviously a little bit of a struggle for the first 58 minutes. Just what have you seen different this year from the offensive line and some of the protection, maybe that didn't work out quite as well last year?
I think we've definitely grown a lot as a unit, as a group. Last year, it's an Iron Bowl. It's always going to be hard fight. It's always going to be tough. We have a tremendous amount of respect for them as a program, and we know it's going to take everything. So, it was a tough game. Obviously came down to the wire, but again, it's the Iron Bowl. This is, there's been countless of those. We understand, a rivalry game like this, things like that can happen. So, there's stuff that obviously we look at on film and we wanted to improve on, and we've gotten better on throughout. But we understand it's going to take everything. So, we take stuff to improve on, but we're ready. We know it's going to be war.
That's Bryce Young yesterday. And then you got to ask a question that everyone is asking. I even brought it up to Roman Harper earlier. What would you do if you were advising Bryce Young and Will Anderson about their future after this game Saturday, even with bowl games? Bryce Young, cut number 6, Rockstar. Bryce Young gets asked if this will be his last game. Like, your last game in the crimson and white uniform. Here's how Bryce Young answered that yesterday.
Yeah, Bryce, I'm not sure when we're going to get to talk to you next. So I just want to ask, with the bowl game basically being next, is this going to be your last game, or have you made a decision, or have you thought things through? Where are you at with all that?
I haven't. As far as anything in my future, I take everything one day at a time. So all I've been focused on throughout the year has been the next opponent. And obviously, this is huge. This is a huge game. This means a lot to me, to people in the entire state, to us as a team. This is a huge game. So all I think about is today. How can I be the best version of myself today to get ready to put myself in the best circumstances? How we as a team can do that, and that's all my head's focused on.
Yeah, great answer there from Bryce Young. So that's the sounds of the game. The Iron Bowl coming up this weekend, brought to you by our friends at Gutter Cap.
Hey, it's a patented aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters, keeping the debris out. Eliminate gutter cleaning forever. It's backed with a lifetime warranty. Call my good friend C-Stu today, 205-823-2212. You can always go online, guttercapbirmingham.com. 20-year service record right here in Birmingham, 45% off the retail price. Again, call today, 205-823-2212 or guttercapbirmingham.com.
Tommy asking the question in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, what's the difference in sack numbers this year?
So
how many, like, compared to the number Alabama had last year that they allowed, compared to how they will protect Bryce Young this year? Do you think there's a big difference?
Much better. I mean, a lot of that was Jordan Hare. If you go back and watch that game, Auburn was getting off the ball quick, and I think Alabama, because of the crowd noise and just that atmosphere, their offensive line crumbled in that game. So
7 sacks, 11 tackles for losses are the official numbers.
You know, I'll never forget coming out of that game, and we were in Atlanta doing the pre-SEC show, and nobody thought Alabama was going to be able to block Georgia.
Oh, yeah, they thought Alabama would give up 15 sacks against Georgia. Yeah. If Auburn could get 7, what's Georgia going to do? And how many did Georgia get? I think 0.
Yeah, I think
maybe
so.
1 in that game. Yeah, that was an amazing turnaround by Bama's O-line from game to game last year. Listen, you joked about me texting in the break. I was texting about Lane Kiffin, or as we were going to break. Just checking in with some people I've talked to, and this is not breaking news. I'm not suggesting I'm breaking news here. I'm just saying I think the lay of the land is this, that I think the next 24 hours are going to be really interesting for Lane Kiffin, because as we said to start the show, and you can go back, if you missed it, everything we do, of course, is on demand. Lane Kiffin's about to have over the next 24 to 48 hours some really difficult conversations, and
with his players, with his boss, with his boosters at Ole Miss.
Maybe parents of players, with everybody at Ole Miss, basically you in, you out. You know, there's way too much smoke for there to be no fire here.
Like
so
the Dart family. I mean, we came from Los Angeles here to Oxford, Mississippi for you.
Yeah, the Judkins family. My kid came. We love the fact that you sat in that stadium. That picture that you've shown a lot. Are you going to be there to coach my kid next year? Is he going to have to transfer? All those things, right? And I do think that those are tough conversations to have, and it's what's going to happen over the next 24 to 48 hours. And we likened it to what happened to Les Miles when he was going to take the Michigan job. Word leaked from Kirk Herbstreit. He reported it on game day, and Miles got confronted by his players, and he decided, this is going to look really, really bad on me. I cannot do this. So he stayed at LSU, ended up probably being the best decision he ever made. I say that LSU fired him, so who knows?
But he won a national championship.
He did win a national championship.
Yeah, but he never got to coach Michigan.
And for Lane Kiffin, he's about to have that 24 to 48 hours, and that will tell the whole story in this deal. If Lane Kiffin has the intestinal fortitude to sit through those conversations and survive them, and he'll be the Auburn head coach in likelihood. If Lane Kiffin's like, I don't know if I want to face that, then he may have some second thoughts here. I don't know that there's anything else Ole Miss can do at the 11th hour financially. They've already made an offer to make him a top 10 coach in college football. Auburn's going to pay more. I don't know what else they could commit that Lane, from what I've talked to with people in Oxford, they've done everything Lane has asked them to do. Now, I know we've got him on video today talking about a leaky roof in a building, so maybe he wants a new building there. I don't know. But I just think it's really over the next 24 to 48 hours all about, as this story continues to percolate and he's got to coach an Egg Bowl, how uncomfortable do these conversations get? And if they get too uncomfortable, Keith Carter and the Ole Miss AD may try to save face and say, well, you're not coaching my game, which would be just so fascinating.
Yeah, on his resume at that point, Lane Kiffin would have fired by Al Davis, where he questioned just his integrity, fired on the tarmac at USC.
Pat Hayden.
Fired in the middle of the college football playoffs by Nick Saban, and then fired by Toby Keith. What's his name?
Toby Keith. Who are you talking about?
Who's the AD at Ole Miss?
Keith Carter.
Keith Carter.
Toby Keith would be a great AD. He put a boot in your ass.
How do you like me now?
Yeah.
Fired by Keith Carter at Ole Miss before an Egg Bowl.
I don't know about you guys, but if I'm calling the shot and I know Kiffin's leading, I don't want him coaching.
Yeah, I wouldn't want him coaching either.
Yeah.
If I get to I'm with you. If I get to the point where I think
I'd want my Carnell Williams out there coaching the game.
Yeah, if I get to the point where I think I'm not keeping him, I don't let him coach that game. That game means too much to too many people. And I just say, Lane, I saw what you did last week when you weren't focused. And I think you're probably less focused this week, so you're not coaching my team.
Oh, and by the way, not only are you going to leave to go in division, we should say just in conference because we won't have these divisions too long, but you're also going to be trying to take our best players with you.
Now, the other side of that, too, and I don't know this, but if you do that, have you technically fired him and then owe him a buyout? I think that becomes the tricky part about this. Is Ole Miss willing just to make a point, pay a guy a buyout because I fired him? Because if you tell him he can't coach the game.
I have not seen his contract. Sometimes in little contractual small print, there is you can't discuss employment somewhere else during the terms of these contracts.
Yeah, and then it becomes, well, you're going to have to 100% prove that because we're suing you, right? Yes. I mean, that's what that's going to be. Well, you better have the proof.
Somewhere in contractual terms, there's phrases like that written, right?
I know.
Yeah.
But you're going to have cold hard proof because we're suing you if you don't think you're going to pay this buyout if you're going to fire me. Because if you're Lane Kiffin, you can't go out that way. You simply cannot go out that way. So that's where Jimmy Sexton, and I'm guessing the contract strongly benefits Kiffin based on the fact that it's Jimmy Sexton, that's where he steps in and says, that's not how we're playing this game. I know it's nice and fun for everybody to say on the Ole Miss side, you can't let him coach the Egg Bowl if he's leaving.
Yeah.
But how do you really execute that?
I would say we're suspending you with pay while we investigate something.
Something.
Yeah.
I don't know what that is.
Keep it vague.
the vaguer, the better.
It's kind of insubordination calling out the roof, right?
Yeah. It's where we investigate your comments about our facilities. We're suspending you with pay.
We suspect you dug a hole in our roof.
Have you damaged our roof? What he's talking about there, Rockstar, if you'll give us cut number 9. This is Lane Kiffin from his news conference yesterday. And you don't have to hear the whole thing, just the first part of it. The question and the way he answers it. It's about the Egg Bowl, and he brings in the facilities.
Now you've been here, you've seen what it means to Mississippians this game, and being able to go 3-0. What do you think that means for this program and for you, kind of recruiting in this state moving forward?
Maybe we'll have enough money to have a facility that doesn't leak water on us if we win the third one. So, I mean, it would be great, I think, in general.
Yeah, so that's the guy who I could suspend right there for that comment. We're going to investigate you just insubordination. That'd be perfect.
I do think it shows his mindset. I mean, he's asked about the biggest game they'll play on the schedule, and his first answer is, I got a leaky roof. I mean, I do think you can probably take away a little bit of mindset from that, you know, he views this as a job that I'm not getting everything I want.
It's hard to believe they got a leaky roof.
Oh, I would agree. I don't know if he just made that up, though. It's got a guy up there pouring some water through the ceiling.
Greg from Pell City. I'm heading there right now, Lane.
Go get him, Greg.
Storm restoration.
Lane's got money.
All right, one more segment to go, and we'll keep you posted as news develops on the Lane Kiffin to Auburn front. Last night, John Sokoloff was under the bullying power of Lane Kiffin's trivia Twitter last night, and he took a lot of heat for a report that I think a lot of people think on Friday is going to end up being correct. We'll see how it all plays out over the next 24 to 48 hours as Lane Kiffin is on the clock in Oxford, Mississippi. We're back in a moment right here on TNR.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures. All the coaches I talk to believe you win championships in all three phases of the game. And the same is true with my friends at Wayne's with pest protection, termite protection, and lawn care. The website is callwaynes.com. Remember the promo code TNR for big savings. With the cold weather coming, the pests will be trying to break through your defense and come inside. You can save $60 right now off of Smart Pest by using that promo code TNR. So go online to callwaynes.com or call the phone number 866-WAYNES1 and remember the promo code TNR.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239 Equal Housing Lender.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. The NFL playoffs are just around the corner and every game matters. Join us on the Next Round and Pepsi every Thursday as we preview the upcoming big games in the NFL weekend. Pepsi and the NFL, a perfect match for your weekend.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
The whole conversation about the leaky roof, we missed the obvious, right?
Which is what?
His recruiting motto is always what?
Come to the SIP.
Come to the drip.
There you go.
Come to the drip.
He's just setting up the next recruiting push.
Yeah, right there at Ole Miss. Part of our show, Final Thoughts today, brought to you by Charles Barkley's company. It's Redmont Distilling.
Yeah, their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmont vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, no harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled. Available at your local package and ABC stores. pick up a bottle this Thanksgiving holiday of Red Mott vodka.
Don't forget Auburn, number 13 in the country, and Bradley, 5 o'clock today as they play in Cancun. UAB, after their win yesterday, gets Georgia down in Fort Myers, I believe, is where they're playing their games. 3 o'clock, CBS Sports Network for that one. Great game today. Number 9, Arkansas and Creighton, 7 o'clock this evening. Thank you to Roman Harper, SEC Network, Ronnie Brown of the Auburn Network and the University of Auburn University, and Clay Travis with us all earlier.
Cheney in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room says, if we want to ensure the Kiffin story breaks tomorrow, we dress up as Thanksgiving characters. I mean, that would probably do it. Well, yeah. I mean, like.
What would be your character?
Well, I was a pilgrim earlier. I don't know if everybody got that. I was a pilgrim earlier.
I had you as a Puritan.
Or Puritan, either way. Aren't they one and the same? Weren't the pilgrims Puritans?
Sort of,
Yeah, you could be Indian. You got that in your blood, right?
Yeah.
I do have Cherokee, a little Cherokee.
Do you have a headdress, proper headdress?
I do not, no.
And no shirt. You would wear no shirt.
I would go no shirt, absolutely.
Yeah.
And I could go as the turkey.
Yeah, Lance could be the turkey.
I go by Land Mining Jim. These are my people.
Could you imagine that story breaking with us dressed like that?
Oh, just the close-up of Dunaway with like war paint on.
Oh, yeah, breaking news for the Auburn fan.
That's the way we fired Brian Harsin.
I know. I remember. I was here for that, yes.
All right. Update us on a Cowan Equipment poll question from earlier. We're asking which game could be the biggest upset this weekend that could knock around and shake up a little bit of the college football playoff rankings, which will go again tonight. And some of the ones you had a choice on, Notre Dame over USC, Iowa State, maybe shocking TCU. Could it be South Carolina doing back-to-back games like they did, beating Tennessee and then doing it to Clemson? How's the vote going?
Notre Dame over USC is at 53% right now. South Carolina over Clemson at 25%. Iowa State over TCU at 13%. And A&M over LSU at 9%. I think you kind of like that A&M LSU, don't you?
At least to be close.
Yeah, I could see any of those teams pull off the upset. I really could. I mean, just based on the way the season has played out.
We were so close to chaos this past Saturday.
We really were. I mean,
Ohio State trailed in the second half. Michigan and TCU trailed in the fourth quarter.
I really thought Michigan and TCU were both going to lose. I never felt that about Ohio State.
I really didn't either, and I watched a lot of that Ohio State-Maryland game. I never thought they were going to lose, but if Illinois – I mean, this is how close we were to some chaos, maybe not complete chaos. 1 first down by Illinois. 1 first down.
And I go back to how conservative they were, like Puritans or Pilgrims in their play calling on that final drive. Just off tackle, off tackle, off tackle. They burned like 3 seconds of play, it seemed like.
Yeah, 1 first down for them, 1 second for TCU. If they can't get that fire drill out there – and get that kickoff, they lose that game. I mean, just those two right there would have shaken up a lot of things.
Especially when you add South Carolina to what they did to Tennessee. Fun show today. Thanks to everybody who was with us. We're back with you 9 a.m. Central Time tomorrow. Don't forget to set your alerts. We're about to record another Bama in Bourbon. And then tonight, 6 o'clock at Walk-Ons, we'll be there for Aaron Suttle's book signing, his latest book, the guy who co-hosts the Bama and Bourbon podcast up here. Walk-Ons Highway 280, 6 o'clock Central Time if you're in the area for the Aaron Suttle's book signing. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.